We are at 9:31 on December the 15th, 2023. Can't quite believe it's the end of the year for many of us. And we're going to call this meeting, the Employment Training Panel, to order. I am going to pass over to staff to go through online rules and then.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for attending December 2023 panel meeting. I'm going to go over a few housekeepings. No. Before we begin, there are a few housekeeping announcements. If you are in the auditorium, in order to avoid a persistent disruption of the proceedings, please do not stream via mobile device or connect to Zoom platform, as it will interfere with our recording and sound system. If you are attending the meeting in person and presenting or providing comment, please step up to the podium and speak clearly. For those who are viewing or attending the meeting virtually and would like to make a public comment, please use the raised hand feature and wait for your name to be called, at which time you will be unmuted. Please speak clearly, state your name, title, and the company you are representing. You'll be given 3 minutes to speak. I will be taking roll call now. We have Rebecca Betancourt.
Present.
Gretchen Newsom.
Present.
Mike Hill.
Present.
Madison Hall.
Present.
Lauren Greenwood.
Present.
And then we also have Jessica Grimes, Executive Director.
Present.
Peter Cooper, Assistant Director. Jaime Gutierrez, Chief Deputy Director. Michael Cable, Staff Attorney. And Tara Armstrong, Chief Deputy Director of CIO. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so we're next going to move through to the approval of the the December panel meeting agenda. Is there a motion to approve this month's panel meeting agenda?
So moved.
Do I hear?
Second.
Thank you. All of those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those who oppose say nay. Any abstentions? The motion is adopted. We're now going to move to the approval of October's panel meeting minutes. Does anyone wish to make corrections?
I do, and I'll do it in my motion.
Okay.
I move a motion to approve the October ETP panel meeting minutes with the following correction. 1, a typo regarding wages on page 5 for tab 7. It should be $22.66 an hour, not $222.66 an hour. So I reluctantly make that motion. And then 2, I wish to clarify that the motion was to table, not approve, tab 28 on page 11, so that it should read all panel members present voted in the affirmative to table the proposal as moved.
Thank you. Do I hear a second? Thank you. Okay, so all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those who oppose say nay. Any abstentions? The motion is adopted. We are now going to hand over to the executive reports.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jessica Grimes. I want to welcome the panel, stakeholders, and staff. I'm excited to join the ETP team and would like to tell you a little bit about myself. I have 15 years in higher education and about 5.5 years in workforce development, and I'm excited to transition over where I'm able to work and partner with you to ensure that we are helping employers and trainees achieve their dreams and goals, and that is eliminating generational poverty. If all the proposals scheduled for this meeting today are funded, the panel will be approving 27 projects to support 7,625 trainees. Today, our executive report includes the following reports from Assistant Director Peter Cooper, Chief Deputy Director Jaime Gutierrez, CIO and Deputy Director Tara Armstrong, and I believe we are moving the legal update by Staff Attorney Michael Cable to the January meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair and panel members, and at this point, I would like to hand it over to Assistant Director Peter Cooper.
So welcome to ETP, Director Grimes. It's great to have you here. And panel members, good morning. I have a very short report. First, just regarding the literacy program. There will be one coming to you, the very last one, for your approval, Bay Area Community Resources. And regarding the apprenticeship funding, as you know, we are going through a process of engaging stakeholders. ETP's partnered with Civic Makers on discussions around the apprenticeship funding. Civic Makers uses a human-centered design process to solve challenges. The team from Civic Makers is working with an internal design team and have completed the discovery phase of the process just this last month. And they expect to complete the stakeholder engagement phase in January. Following in early next year, there will be ideation and prototyping. And once those are complete, the group will agree on recommendations, which we expect will be brought to the panel in the spring. So that's just a quick update. And now I'll hand it over to Tara for her report. Thanks.
Good morning, panel members and staff and stakeholders. Tara Armstrong with Employment Training Panel. I have our technology update. I do have a slide if you guys are able to put it up too. So going over our Cali Force program, under the Cali program, we have some enhancements that we've added to contract management. So first, we've added a new report. It now allows performance by job number. So you're able to look at total hours tracked and invoiced by each job number. So we're hoping that helps out stakeholders. I think that was actually a recommendation by them. The second one is a workforce enhancement. So now we're able to collect using our database, adding county based on zip code. And under the last one here is we've streamlined our monitoring reprocess reports. So now we're able to do more efficiencies in creating the automation of our monitoring reports. Under the application, we've added a validation for estimated number of trainees between the occupational table and the training plan charts so that we can make sure those counts are correct. And we're collecting individuals served in the military. That's actually a change to not just collect veterans requests, but it's also anyone served in the military. Under the Cali grant system, working with CWDB, the California Workforce Development Board, we are doing our initial testing phases for collecting participant data. And lastly, we've added a new phone system. It's called VoIP. It's voice over the internet. This is going to help in our hybrid environment so that we can make calls over the internet and provide better customer service with our individuals. And that's the end of my update. If there's any questions, please let me know. And I'm going to pass it over to Jaime, I think, or Cable.
No, mine is in January.
Okay, passing it to Jaime.
Good morning, panel members and stakeholders. First off, happy holidays to everyone. Thank you once again for the opportunity to provide a summary of the Employment Training Panel's funding. But before I do that, I would like to say a few words. I would like to take a moment to welcome first our new Executive Director, Dr. Jessica Grimes. Welcome to ETP. She's been with ETP now for a month, a little over a month and a day, actually, I think. But it's easy to see her passion for this work, and I'm very excited to work with her moving forward. So thank you. I would also like to take a few moments to recognize a few new members to ETP. First, Olu, and I apologize if I say the name incorrectly, Oluwadamilar Oladapo, to the Data Analytics Unit, also known as DAMI. So I apologize if I said the name incorrectly. Mary Meister to the Program Projects Unit, and Laura Campbell as the new Chief of Program Operations. Additionally, for those that don't know, today will be Ryan Swear's last panel meeting. He has accepted a position as Grants Administrator and will leave ETP in 1 week. Ryan has been with ETP for 16 years and started his career in the San Diego Regional Office as a contract analyst. He also worked in the Economic Development Unit, providing support and services to the businesses in San Diego, Inland Empire, and Orange counties. And over the last 4 years has been the manager of the North Hollywood Regional Office. Ryan's humor, professionalism, collaborative nature, program knowledge, and most of all his leadership will be greatly missed here at ETP. But we also understand that this is a great career opportunity for him, and we wish him all the best in this new career adventure. So congratulations, Ryan, and thank you for everything that you've done for ETP. Now to the business at hand regarding the funding. As Director Grimes stated, today's panel meeting is for approximately $8.2 million. That does include 3 approved delegation orders for a total of $173,190. The delegation orders are proposals capped at $75,000 and approved under the delegated authority by the director on a continuous flow basis. For this state fiscal year, ETP has approved a total of 19 delegation orders. If all proposals scheduled for this panel meeting are funded today, the panel will be approving 27 projects. Regarding the demand, we have 94 applications in demand. 66 applications are currently with the regional offices in development. 16 applications are under review by the application and assessment unit, and 12 are submitted applications pending review. The estimated value of the 94 applications is $19.7 million and breaks down as follows: $14.5 million in demand for the single employer contracts, $110,537 in demand for small business, $2.9 million in demand for multiple employer contracts, $2.1 million in demand for apprenticeships, and 0 demand for critical proposals at this time. Regarding allocations, we are currently within our total allocations for this state fiscal year. That is the final portion of my report, and since we do not have a consent calendar this panel, I am not requesting any actions from the panel. Therefore, I thank the Madam Chair and the panel members for this opportunity, and at this point, I would like to hand it back to you, Madam Chair, for the next topic on the agenda.
Thank you. I'm going to hand it over to Gretchen to give us an update on policy.
Policy Committee met yesterday via Zoom with nearly 100 attendees. Thank you all for joining us. We had a robust discussion on 2 discussion items, which included the potential elimination of the retrainee job creation program and repeat contractors. We did not have any action items, but based on the discussion and feedback received at committee yesterday, staff will soon present to full panel the retirement of the RJC pilot program for consideration. Committee also engaged in a lively discussion about repeat contracts, and using a strategic approach, ETP will be implementing some of the additional practices to help handle some of the issues we are seeing with repeat contractors, such as contractors and meeting goals and expectations for matching their mission statement and reporting out on progress toward contract completion rates prior to coming back to panel for another contract. And finally, anyone who would like to suggest a potential agenda topic for future committee items and meetings can email their suggestions to Liz Testa. Thank you.
Thank you. We are now going to pass over to Heather to give us an update on the agricultural initiative.
Good morning. First and foremost, I want to welcome Dr. Grimes to ETP. We're very excited to have you. And please forgive me for the while I indulge myself, but I do have to recognize and say farewell to a colleague and a very good friend, Ryan Swear, who will be greatly missed. And we don't laugh as much in meetings when Ryan's not there. So I'm hoping someone can fill in the gaps. I'll step up if I have to. So good morning, panel. I'm here to present the agriculture initiative to you. This was brought to our October Policy Committee as an informational item and will be presented to you all this morning as an action item. The introduction of this initiative is in conjunction with the work of the California Labor and Workforce Development Agency, who is working with EDD on a recently released SFP to assist farm workers. They're also working with DIR on the introduction of the SAFE program to ensure farm workers' safety. Labor Agency has also entered into an MOU between Mexico's Ministry of Foreign Affairs to strengthen labor rights and protections for Mexican workers. And finally, they're working with the Agriculture Agricultural Labor Relations Board to provide direct services to farm workers. It is within this collaborative context that ETP is proposing to set aside $10 million in funding to serve businesses and workers in the agriculture industry. The majority of this funding will be pulled from ETP's SET funding. This funding will prioritize all sectors in the agriculture industry as noted in the memo before you. In addition, ETP is also looking to prioritize food packing, food processing, and irrigation. Further, staff are proposing higher caps for contractors engaged within these industries. We are requesting that we increase the cap for single employers to $600,000 and for multiple employer contractors up to $1 million. However, for the MECs, in order for them to request funding over our $750K cap, the difference must be exclusively ag. So up to $250 exclusively ag, then they could request 1 million. I hope that is clear. Cool. It is important to note that this is not special funding that we've received. We are setting aside our core funding dollars for this. And as such, all of these programs must meet ETP standard core rules. I will say, though, that due to the nature of this industry and the workers engaged in this industry, we do expect that many of these contracts will leverage our seasonal worker program. ETP has been and will continue to work closely with labor agency, CDFA, and other partners on this initiative, and we're looking to leverage partnerships and other agencies across the state to get out the funding. In addition, I will say that we've been working diligently since the policy committee meeting to meet with potential stakeholders and applicants, and we do have, that I know of, 2 applications currently in development. I'm hoping to bring a project to the January panel. The recommendations as set forth in the memo are that the panel members approve the allocation of $10 million for the agriculture initiative with the ability for ETP to reallocate the funding if necessary. We are also requesting that the panel improve the increased caps for single employers of up to $600,000 and the increased cap for multiple employer contractors up to 1 million. Again, which must be exclusively reserved for ag if they go over the 750K. And with that, I will hand it back over to the panel for any questions.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions on the panel on this?
As discussed at policy committee, I just want to make sure that one of the components of this is to elevate and activate worker voice. And
Yeah.
was UFW reached out to Farm Workers Association?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
UFW, the United Farm Workers, the Union for Farm Workers, were they reached out to?
Not that I'm aware of yet, but we'll be sure and engage with them.
With the Labor Federation.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. We did meet with California Labor Federation about 2 weeks ago to engage with their folks on that. Peter said they're involved with CalFed as well. So we have met with CalFed, but we I can work with Robert Meyer to engage UFW directly.
Mm-hmm.
And then as these contracts come to panel, I would suspect that it would include, just as we have with the other ones, whether or not they have a union contract with them as well.
Yeah, so if they are covered by a collective bargaining agreement, that will be made very clear in the proposal. And I suspect based upon the conversations we've had and some of the applicants that we will have a mix of both. And that will be clear in the proposal for you.
Thank you.
And Gretchen, I just wanted to add that we did reach out to La Cooperativa as well.
Great.
So we'll keep you abreast of those.
Fantastic. Any other questions from the panel on this? Do we have any public comments as it relates to the agricultural initiative and the allocation of these funds?
Online.
Anyone online?
There are no hands raised yet.
That sounds really ominous. Someone has? Okay. Doorbell was ringing.
Hi, Diana, can you hear us?
Yes, good morning. I first want to make sure that the opportunity has passed for any public comment on the agricultural funds. And if so, I would like to make some public comment with regards to the departure of Ryan Swear. So good morning, everyone, panel members, staff, and public. Before Ryan begins his last panel proposal presentations, I asked if I may say a few words today for the public record. Unfortunately, I was not able to be there this morning, and perhaps that's a good thing because you probably see me get very emotional. Ryan came to California by way of, from Arizona by way of Colorado, and shortly thereafter started his almost 20-year career serving the people of this state. After his short stay at State Insurance Fund in 2007, I had the pleasure of hiring him as a development and monitoring analyst for the San Diego Regional Office. As he did at State Fund, Ryan made a great impression at ETP with his coworkers, employers, and ETP partners. His relationship building talents took him to our economic development unit, successfully marketing the ETP program throughout Southern California, as well as building close and critical relationships with ETP partners statewide, including his dedicated and development work with the California Community College Collaborative, and as the current ETP program developer and lead of the California Community College Alternative Funding. In 2018, he was promoted to his current position as the North Hollywood Regional Manager, so he packed up his San Diego belongings and moved to experience the greater Los Angeles basin. In his time as the North Hollywood manager, I have witnessed the great admiration and respect his staff has for him. I've had the pleasure of working closely with Ryan as his manager, colleague, and a friend. He has made a forever imprint in our ETP world. I know I am not alone in wishing him the very best as he packs up his bags once again for his continued journey serving the Torres Martinez Desert Guajira tribal members. Thank you, Ryan.
Thanks for that, Diana.
He's going to be missed. I'm just going to say it. No one is going to sprint after me. No, we're obviously going to all miss you in your new move and moving around the state, kind of, I guess, of Southern California. You don't want to come up here up north? It hasn't happened, has it? We scare you away.
Going to happen.
Is it too cold?
I'm a
It's too
Southern
cold. You like that
California
sunshine and the
guy.
beach and not this cold.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's true. You know, it's part of that. So I now need to look to panel. We obviously had the Agricultural Initiative update on funding caps. We have had no public comments. So I'm now, and we've had our farewell to Ryan. We've still got some more work to do before we can say farewell. I need to look for whether we have a motion on the funding caps.
Motion to approve the allocation of funding for the agricultural initiative as stated in the report with higher funding caps for the single employer in the MEX and expedited processing.
Second.
Second, thank you. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those who oppose say nay. Any abstentions? That motion is adopted. Yay. Mike's like, she remembered. All right. I was like, I think. We are now, the agenda does say a 15-minute break. We are not going to do that right yet because I feel it's a bit early for a 15-minute break. We're not even 30 minutes in. I feel like maybe we should be moving. We will remember that though. If we get heavy on proposals, we will look to take a 15-minute break just to give a bio break for everyone. But what we're now going to move to is we're going to our favorite part. We are now going to review the proposals and actions for proposals from staff. I believe, who are we starting with? San Francisco, isn't it? All righty. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, panel members. I'll be presenting on behalf of the San Francisco Regional Office. So we will start with tab 1. This is a proposal from Bay Area Community Resources, Inc. This is the final proposal for the Workforce Literacy Program. Bay Area Community Resources is requesting $492,750 to train 90 new hire trainees in math, digital, and English literacy, as well as workforce preparation. Bay Area Community Resources is also an awardee of 2 Social Entrepreneurs for Economic Development, or SEED grants. both with good performance on their previous and current grant. Training for this proposal will take place at 2 locations in San Francisco. And here to address any questions are representatives from Bay Area Community Resources.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. It's my first panel meeting, and I really have to say I appreciate the energy in the room. So I'm Ruth Barajas, Director of Workforce and Reentry for Bay Area Community Resources, and happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Does the panel have any questions on this proposal? No questions. I know workforce literacy, we're all a big proponent of that one. Do we have any public comment on this proposal? No. Okay, so do I hear a
Motion to approve the Bay Area Community Resources, Inc. Contract ET 24-0278 for $492,750.
fantastic? And do I hear a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. Any abstentions? The motion is adopted.
Oh, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Have a great rest of your meeting.
Panel members, please turn to tab 2, which is for Avid Biosciences, Inc. They are a repeat contractor requesting $109,181 to train 101 retrainees located within Orange County. Company representatives are present to answer any questions the panel members may have.
My name is Oksana Lukash, and I'm the Vice President of People with Avid Bioservices. First of all, I'd actually like to take a moment to thank Marisol Niquette, hopefully I pronounced her name correctly, from the North Hollywood office for helping us put this proposal together. We had the pleasure of actually having an ETP project during the COVID pandemic that helped our company scale up and be able to actually hire quite a bit of employees to continue helping us develop and partner with our customers and be able to continue development of the drugs to be able to help the patients that we serve. So I wanted to see if the panel had any questions.
Does anyone have any questions?
Welcome back. If you could elaborate for me on the wage progression for your manufacturing staff. You have 10 of them approximately in a lower wage range. I always do a tongue twister on that one. What's it like for them to be able to progress in their wages as they're receiving this curriculum and this training?
So one of the, I've been with the organization for a little over a year. So one of the things that I'm working on is actually creating an internal mobility program. So that way we can have a more direct and clear path for our employees, specifically in manufacturing, because that's the easiest entry into our organization, and start creating that internal mobility within and moving folks throughout their journey, and then be able to then replace the positions from the outside at that, again, lower level.
I think just to build on a question that was just asked, as you look at your curriculum, you're talking a lot about manufacturing skills. I look at the curriculum list and I see a very heavy focus more on general business, general computer skills. Can you help me understand like the journey of some of these workers that we're trying to progress, the type of training plan that you're looking at? Because when I look at curriculum, it's very heavy on, I'm going to say business, general business skills more so than manufacturing.
We just recently, within the last couple of weeks, rolled out an extensive on-the-job training program specifically for our manufacturing department. We have another on-the-job training program for our quality department as well. And then at the same time, there is focus on upskilling the entire organization on the business side of things, because as the people leaders obviously have direct reports, I want to make sure that they understand how to create those paths forward for all of our employees. And again, the majority of our population is in manufacturing currently. They account for about almost 2/3 of the entire population.
Okay, there was one thing, and I think just going to ask the same. You talked about this new OJT program. Is that part of this contract or is that separate? I just want to make sure because I can see someone is not going to hit the productive lab that's not called out in here. So just making sure. So when I look at this, I will say I struggle when reading through. I'm going to be very transparent about the panel packet here. When I read through it, you're sort of focusing on manufacturing. The curriculum and the proposal read slightly different. So I just want to make sure we're just locking in because there's a lot about new technology processes and demands. It just didn't feel like that in the curriculum as much as what was written in the packet.
So when we build a curriculum like this, as you know, there can be hundreds of topics. We try to make it, I don't want to say easy, but we try to make it a smooth process for administration and how to link topics to the ETP curriculum. And so what you're not seeing and what we might, change in the future is that a very lengthy manufacturing, thank you, curriculum where you could see maybe expanded topics, but it makes it difficult on the admin side to manage the project when there are too many topics, just in linking them together. So that's what you're seeing in front of you.
Yeah, I would love to see those career progressions of like, here, this is the training they're going through. So it's very clear in that packet that yes, those 26 manufacturing staff or 36 manufacturing staff as a total, this is the journey they're going through. And it helps to, I think, to Gretchen's point around wages to know this is a training, we're progressing higher and this is what they're going through in order to get that. That's all.
I agree with those comments. And I would share that it's more broad than just your proposal, and others in the audience and online should be listening very carefully to what was just said. So, but thank you for your proposal.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the panel? Are there any public comments? No? All right. So do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve Avid Biosciences, Inc. contract ETP funding amount of $109,181.
Here a second?
Second.
Thank you. So all those in favor say aye.
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 Those who oppose say nay. Any abstentions? The motion is adopted.
Thank you very much.
All right, moving on, it's tab 3 for Bandy Manufacturing LLC. They are a repeat contractor requesting $85,997 to train 28 retrainees and 15 job creation trainees located in Burbank. Please note, Burbank is now considered an HUA, but the contractor is not requesting a HUA wage waiver. Company representatives are present to answer any questions the panel members may have.
Good morning. My name is Roger Seaman. Thanks for having me. I'm the CEO at Bandy Manufacturing. We're in Burbank, Southern California. Here to answer any questions you may have.
Does the panel have any questions?
Thank you for your application and coming back. You were successful last time around and meeting the 100%. So kudos to you on that. I'd really like to see the wages in job number 2 match those in job number 1. So that the post-retention wage, after all the curriculum is done, all the training is done, that the post-retention wage is $22.66 instead of $18.78. And you would still be able to use the healthcare provision, the $250.
Sure, we can do that.
Fantastic. I have a couple of questions. I don't know if anyone else has questions. Mike, do you have a question?
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead.
This is regarding the previous contract. When I read the description, I can't tell whether your turnover rate was voluntary or involuntary. Could you explain what happened?
Majority of our turnover rate is voluntary. So it's usually retirements.
The 41%, 75 employees?
Oh, I'm sorry. That was a significant downturn in aerospace in 2020 when the world basically stopped flying and there was no need for new airplanes, therefore no need for airplane parts from us. We had to take a significant involuntary reduction.
Okay, so that was a reduction in force. Okay.
I apologize. Yeah, that time was
Point of clarification. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think to build on something that Mike said there, you're looking at a job creation of 15 employees, which is actually a rather high percentage when I look at your total count of employees.
Sure.
It's 60 here in the state of California. What is driving that growth? Is it the replacement of retirees, which doesn't technically class under job creation, or is it new jobs that are not replacing retirees?
It is mostly new jobs. So the aerospace industry has recovered and some. And a lot of people flying, a lot of demand for airplane, new airplanes and airplane parts. So we're adding jobs.
Okay. And then one other question around the curriculum. I go back and forth between curriculum lists and prior contracts. But there was something that caught my eye, and I have a world of manufacturing training behind me, and I see under continuous improvement, you have the Bandy Way. Can you give me, and it says it's cross-training, can you give me a better idea of what that curriculum is about?
Yeah, back on the last agreement, we did some cross-training or continuous improvement, process improvement that covered a few different elements, and we grouped it under the Bandy Way kind of umbrella description. We're getting away from that and just going to go specific elements in the training curriculum and just call it out going forward.
So Bandy Way is going away, but it's in the curriculum list currently?
I don't think we're going to need to use that. I think we can just go to a specific line item on the curriculum.
But I think, and you've got the Bandy Focus 6 around safety training. Is that your mandated safety training, or is that more specific safety training? We've had a recent change in what safety training can be covered, like the OSHA mandated.
Sure.
We do have a nice list that staff have. Is that mandated safety, or is it the allowable safety training?
It'll be the allowable part. I mean, being a manufacturing company, we have safety kind of interlaced in everything we do, but it's not the focus of the efforts here.
Okay, I would just ask that we confirm that curriculum stuff against the list on the Bandy, on the piece that is the Bandy 6, the Focus 6 on safety training. It is not covering those mandated ones that were in the memo last policy committee and October panel meeting, to ensure we're covering the right training, not the wrong training. And are we saying we're removing the Bandy Way, that it's not going to be in this active contract? That's what I heard, I think.
I don't need it.
Okay.
Those elements are other line items here.
Okay, fantastic. Any other questions from the panel? Any public comment?
Public comment.
No public comment. Do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve Bandy Manufacturing LLC ETP funding amount $85,997 with the notion that the wages in job number, hold on, 2 will increase to the same wages, or for the post-retention wages, job number 1 from 1878 to 2266, and that the Bandy Way curriculum will be removed.
Second. Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those who oppose say nay. Any abstentions? The motion is adopted. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Panel members, please turn to tab 4. It is for Cinnabar California, Inc. Please note there is a correction that they are a first-time contractor, not a repeat. They are requesting $95,680 to train 74 retrainees and 15 job creation trainees located within Los Angeles. Company representatives are present to answer any questions the panel members may have.
My name is Alex Lippman. I'm the Human Resources Director for Cinnabar, California. Delighted to be here. Thank you for considering us. We are a custom fabrication company that designs and builds immersive experiences for museums, brands, and amusement parks. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Does the panel have any questions? I have one if you don't. Do you have any?
I'm just going to thank their consultant for listening to me for the past few panel meetings and having the same wages for jobs number 1 and 2.
We're getting there. I think I'm back on my usual around creation. So as I look at this, you are at about a 20% growth with it is what you're projecting over the next 2 years. Anyone who has job creation is going to see this. You know, the job market is fierce. There is a lot of competition out there. I don't think there's enough trained or enough people for the jobs that are opening. So looking at your percentages, how are you working to ensure A, you're going to fill those 15 positions, and B, ensure success when you have a small organization, so there's not a lot of people to help support. There's a lot of numbers to bring on a small team. So can you just give us a bit of background?
Sure. Yeah. We're a pretty niche industry and a pretty niche company. And so although we are competing with, companies that hire carpenters, for example, we are able to attract people who don't necessarily want to work in traditional carpentry. We're a really creative shop. We are able to retain employees because of the creative work that we do. And so when we post a job, we, no matter how competitive the market, do a good job of getting a lot of applicants. And I mean, just on a personal level, I'll speak to our culture has been really wonderful. A lot of the new jobs that we're adding are some people who have been with the company for 16, 20, 25 years who are going to be retiring from their kind of physical labor positions in the next couple of years. And so we're looking to bring on new people and obviously train them and grow them into some of the more kind of higher responsibility positions that we have.
Some is just to do with matriculation over the next few years as well. I had a question on curriculum as well, and you list OSHA 10 and OSHA 30 both as classroom and as computer-based training. You show your average. So are you delivering your OSHA 10, OSHA 30 as a hybrid, or is it optional that they can be all computer-based or all in person? Because if they're doing OSHA 30 100% online, your hours on average, the range hours you have in your contract is not accurate. You have it as 0 to 25 hours. So I just wanted to make sure we're being accurate on what we're saying on computer-based training and which way is your preferred method for OSHA 10, OSHA 30 training.
So
we can train in person, but
no, but if you prefer a CBT, so I believe, but then, we're typically the average is 40 hours and, but people can go up to 80, 100 hours. So I'm not sure if I'm answering your question.
So your average CBT hours that you have in the panel packet shows 0 to 25 hours.
Oh, I see.
So it doesn't match what you've put in your curriculum list.
I see.
Does that make sense?
See that on my copy. So I believe CBT for OSHA is the only CBT they have. So it'd be 0 to 30. So it'd be up to 30 hours max.
And so really
30 out of the 40 overall average would be typically on.
You have your average weighted hours of training is 40.
Correct.
But your average, your hours range on your CBT is 0 to 25 currently, not 0 to 30. But what you're telling me is it should be 0 to 30 because someone may take 30 hours of CBT, OSHA 30, and do their entire OSHA 30 online and not in person. But you may offer both ways based on what you have in your curriculum list. I'm just checking. Yeah. Okay. So any other questions from the panel on this one?
Just more emphasis of that curriculum for job number 1 and the retrainees, the current employees that you have on the rest of the curriculum rather than the OSHA thing is kind of what we're also getting at.
OSHA is very small. I mean, the bulk of their training really is all they have so many disciplines in what they do because of the creativity of what they do with museum pieces. But there are some people that may need OSHA. And so, if the average of 40 hours, some of the OSHA 30, it may go up to 70. So the 40 is, typically we have the maximum of CBT is about 50% of overall hours. So if somebody did an OSHA 30, they would need about 60 hours overall. So 30 ILT and then 30.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure the hour correction is correct on there and that average, that CBT could be this range of 0 to 30, if that's what we're saying, not 0 to 25, because it then helps when staff are doing their calculations later to ensure compliance. So thank you. Any further comments from the panel? Any public comment?
No public comment.
Thank you.
Motion to approve Cinnabar California, Inc. with an ETP funding amount of $95,680 with a notion also that their CBT will be corrected to 0 to 30.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those who oppose say nay. Any abstentions? The motion is adopted. Thank you.
Panel members, please turn to tab 6 as 5 has been pulled. Tab 6 is for Go Forth and Marty, DBA GM Business Interiors. They are a first-time proposed contractor requesting $227,700 to train 200 retrainees and 20 job creation trainees located throughout Southern California. Company representatives are present to answer any questions panel members may have.
Hi, good morning. My name's Luana DeCuna, and I'm the Director of HR for Go Forth and Marty, DBA GM Business Interiors. This is my first time appearing before the panel, so I'm here to answer any questions that you may have. And I also would like to share with you that we have recently increased wages at our organization. And so this is not reflected in our proposal currently, but we would like to increase the new hire rate to match the retraining rate. We paid attention.
Like it's the holiday season.
I know, but I do have a question on that. I'm just going to jump on that. Can I just ask a really big piece of every contractor consultant out there, people coming to panel, when those panel packets come out for review, can you please update them? Because it saves us having to feel like we have to be the difficult questioners when coming to panel. So I'm guessing the wages were possibly increased sooner than when you got that panel, or earlier than when you got the panel packet for review for this panel meeting. I'm not just saying it. We've had this in several places. It would be very nice if people could make sure they review, because it makes all of our lives easier in the long run.
So we did increase our wages, but after reviewing the recording of the last meeting is when we decided that, okay, we saw that seemed to be a common theme. And so we said, let's go ahead and just make it easy.
Yeah, I would just like it to be when people get their reviews, it's not just yourself, just general comment here, because it's probably having it in our hands, or we see the panel packets that get published, everyone then knows, okay, they're done, and it's less updates and stuff as well, post-panel and applications and all the rest of it. And easy emotions as well sometimes. Any other, it's just a wish list. It's the Christmas wish list. I think this is what it is. Okay, any other questions on this proposal? I have one. I'm on a productive lab piece here. I truly believe in productive lab when it's done well. I do have a couple of questions. You have productive lab. What is the difference in your productive lab for a job group 1 versus your job group 2 new hire? I'm just curious what that looks like differently, because it doesn't seem to read.
So productive lab for retrainees would basically be focused on new product lines that are introduced. And for the job creation category, it would basically be everything starting from ground zero. They have to learn all of the company policies and procedures, learn how to build, how to handle the material properly, how to use the right tools for the right task that they're performing. So it encompasses just complete job training, starting from, because we do hire entry-level candidates coming, right out of high school. And so they need basic training. And then the retrainee, like I said, would be for new products that are introduced. The products that we build are highly customizable and changing all the time as new building materials come out in the marketplace and new designs are created in the furniture industry. So things are constantly changing.
Okay. I just want to make sure, because you have 25 hours in there. Some of the things you talked about might actually fall under classroom than productive lab. So I know you don't have a subgroup. I just would ask you, make sure you categorize them correctly in what is truly productive lab versus potentially classroom lab. Like correction of tools, are you teaching that in a classroom, does not fall under the true productive lab category. So just when I hear that, I'm hearing sort of a crossover. So I would just ask you to make sure, because we don't want to have to come back. The other piece, how do you train your trainers for productive lab?
So the trainers are foremen that have been with the company for at least 10 years. So they have, I want to say, probably 15 years plus of industry experience. And again, as new products are introduced, they are the first ones to be trained so that they can then convey the information to their crew. So they have been through this process before, and so they are familiar with the requirements of the program, and it's something that it has been a few years, so it is something that we will review with them again to make sure that they're prepared.
Okay, fantastic. I misspoke. You do have development services, but how have you set up from last time? We were at 75%. What are you doing to ensure success? You know, we like high performers here. We're like 90% and higher. How are you, we're like the A+ group. How do you really, are you setting yourself up for that success to ensure that?
There are a couple of reasons that we fell short last time. One of them being that there was a handful of employees that didn't qualify for the contract because their wages didn't include the health and benefits portion, I believe. And so they were disqualified. And we also had some turnover in the HR department. And the person who was overseeing the contract left the company kind of towards the end. And so there was nobody kind of staying on top of it and managing it to make sure that we completed at a higher rate.
Okay, thank you. I just would encourage to work with your subcontractor to ensure the coding is right of Productive Lab and the classroom times, and ensuring we have the right people in the contract.
Do you wish to see a fewer amount of productive lab hours from 25 down to 20, or are you comfortable at 25?
I'm comfortable. I just want to make sure that it truly
mostly
is
for job number
productive
2.
lab, and the focus is truly for your new hires, ensuring because it sounded like it's much more focused on your new hires than it is your current staff. And that's why I asked the question about your trainers, and if you're training new products, new processes, how are you updating them? Because they're as new to it as your incumbent workers, I would guess. So yeah, I'm not uncomfortable. I just want to make sure that we're categorizing correctly.
As it is right now, the productive lab is attributed to a significant number of employees that are not just new job or new hires.
What were you thinking? Or anyone else? As we're kind of.
I was thinking to apply productive lab to job number 2.
And not to job number 1. I'm okay with that. Anyone else? Looks like he's right.
I concur.
You can go, so to keep to more focus to job 2 and not job number 1.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, we're going to hand it over to you. Is that something that you guys can accommodate in the contract?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So do I hear a motion?
For public comment?
Oh yeah, so public comment first. Thank you for keeping me on track.
No public comment.
Okay.
All righty.
See what I can do. Motion to approve Go Forth and Marty DBA GM Business Interiors for an ETP funding amount of $227,700. And with the notion that the post-retention wage for job number 2 will match that of job number 1, moving it from $18.54 an hour to $22.66 an hour, and that the productive lab curriculum will only be applied to those employees listed for job number 2.
Thank you. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say nay. Any abstentions? The motion is adopted. Moving on.
Thank you.
All right, up next is tab 7, which is for Pharmavite LLC. They are a repeat contractor requesting $410,435 to train 487 retrainees and 20 job creation trainees located in LA County. Company representatives are present to answer any questions the panel members may have.
Good morning, Chair, panel members. Appreciate this time to look at a proposal. My name is John Solomon. I'm the Reliability Manager at Pharmavite. I want to also thank Ryan and Jella at the North Hollywood office for helping us through this process. I too looked at the videos that you guys have online and look back and understand the importance of that job 2 being equal to job 1. So I spent some time with the compensation management team and understood that prior to this, we were looking at it from controller site perspective, and the total rewards operations, after reviews, have no problem moving that to the job 2. So we'll do that. And with that, any additional questions you may have about a proposal, I'm here to answer.
All right, does anyone have questions? I might have one, but so your TPC curriculum, that is the self-paced online,
Correct.
is that just your mechanics utilizing it, or will others, or are they doing select modules? Because I think your hours are a bit out if that's the case.
Currently, it's just the maintenance team that does that. So there are select ones that they're doing to upskill their kind of, the workforce has kind of learned a lot of the process through attrition. So at this point, we're trying to upskill those and using CBT for part of that.
Totally get it. All right. The only other thing, and this is a large contract dollar value, I can see you do not have subcontractors in play.
Right.
Can you just talk us through how you plan this out to ensure success?
Yeah.
Because it is a lot of administration, I will say.
Correct. We have a training department at both sites that will be using this proposal. And the 2 people at each site, so they're very actively involved. They're certified trainers in TWI, so they're helpful in that process. Additionally, I came from a company that used this 3 different times, so I'm very familiar with the process, and I don't feel like we'll have any problem administering it.
So I'm really, really familiar with TWI, and I have a question.
Okay.
I want to make sure. When we say they are proficient in TWI, is that they are JI trainers and we're doing JI a lot? Or are we just, because JI is productive lab, technically.
Correct. They just got certified and they are going through the 7-step process that they're using. They're trying to train people, but we didn't include that because we're not ready to deploy that yet. So if we go further into this contract or want to renew it, we would come back and include that.
Yep, I would just please ask, do not include any of your JIBS training of what you're using with JI, because that is technically productive lab unless it's done in a classroom and a lab setting. If it's as soon as it hits the floor and doing it in the traditional JI method, it becomes productive lab.
Totally understand.
Okay, that was my only.
Okay.
TWI is that buzzword for me, and we do a lot of it where I am. I'm well versed in it. Just wanted to make sure that it is not in this contract and that it's not, that you're not going to get pinged on it. All right. Any other questions from the team? I don't know. Do I hear a motion? Oh, public comment?
Oh,
No public comment.
motion to approve Pharmavite LLC and an ETP funding amount of $410,435, with the notion that the wages, the post-retention wage in job number 2 will move from 1878 to match that in job number 1 to 2266.
I hear a second.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those who oppose say nay. Any abstentions? The motion is adopted.
Thank you very much, Pam.
Good morning, Director Grimes and panel members. I'll be presenting the proposals developed in the San Diego Regional Office. If you will please turn to tab 8. Automatic Data Processing is a repeat contractor requesting $456,120 to train a total of 543 retrainees. Training will take place at Automatic Data Processing locations in San Diego, Los Angeles, Orange, Fresno, Alameda, San Bernardino, Sacramento, Santa Clara, and San Francisco counties. Representative from Automatic Data Processing is present today to address questions from the panel.
Good morning, Ms. Chair and members of the panel. I'm Alexander Feliciano, Senior Director, Field Learning Leader for Enterprise Learning, representing ADP Incorporated. I'd like to thank Paula Duarte from the San Diego Field Office for her valuable assistance in helping us prepare this ETP panel proposal. ETP funding will allow us to provide critical training to our workforce and allow them to gain new skills and work efficiently in our technologically driven environment as we strive to implement new products and initiatives as described in our proposal. This training will provide supplemental skills that can lead to a more agile, engaged, and adaptable workforce, ultimately contributing to improved service quality for our clients, increased innovation, and overall success for the company. I want to thank the panel in advance for considering our proposal And I'm happy to take your questions at this time.
Thank you. Does the panel have any questions?
It states that this is your third contract, none within the last 5 years, and your last contract with us was in 2013.
That's correct.
So what brought you back after 10 years of hiatus?
That's a good
Just like
question.
a little reminder came on the calendar,
The organization has gone through a tremendous amount of change and growth, and we thought this might be a good opportunity for us to engage with the ETP panel again, allowing us to invest in the continued growth of our California associates.
Any other questions from the panel? All right, do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve automatic data processing. It's like I was talking too much.
I was like, silence, yeah.
Motion to approve automatic data processing with an ETP funding amount of $456,120.
Second. Thank you. Do we have
Thank you.
public comment?
No public
Just
comment.
realized that one. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those who oppose say nay. Any abstentions? The motion is adopted.
Thank you, panel.
If you will please turn to tab 9. Axagard Manufacturing Co. Ltd. is first-time contractor requesting $140,300 to train a total of 120 retrainees over 2 job numbers. Training will take place at Axagard Manufacturing Co.'s location in San Diego County. Representative from Axagard Manufacturing Co. is present today to address any questions from the panel.
Morning, I'm Susie, our Sepich, our HR manager at the company. This is Catherine Clem, she's our regulatory affairs manager. It's our first time here. We're excited for this opportunity. Thank you very much for your support. This is something, it's a corporate goal for our company and for our employees, and I was just very, excited for the growth for them. And okay, sorry. So thank you. And thank you to our contractor, Barry, to Kellen. They've been very helpful as this is our first time in this process. So any questions you have,
And I did bring some samples of our product. So if any of you would like to see them.
I'm gonna pass, but thank you very much. As a,
Okay, that's
alternate
okay.
coastal commissioner, I'm not allowed to accept any gifts.
Okay.
Oh, we just to show, that's
Just to
all,
show, and I can
just
give
to
it back. Perfect.
show. Okay. Yeah, that's okay.
The ones that put. These are the ones that I get reactions, not yours, but I just get, whenever I've had pads, I get the alcohol gel is the issue for me. It's just one of those things. Just saying. All right, any questions from the panel on this?
Looking at your consultant and acknowledging the last panel meeting, are you willing to move the wages from job number 2 up to match the post-retention wage for job number 1?
Yes, we
Thank you.
are, yes.
No.
Oh,
No, just kidding.
no, I'm like, folks, we don't know.
I was
Way
ready.
getting there. It's early in the day.
Yes, no problem.
No. I have a question about your productive lab hours. So you're saying job group number 1 is 0 to 12 hours for retrainees. Your job group 2 for job creation is 0 to 15 hours. Is this as we're implementing new equipment, processes that someone is out there training your retrainees? How is it different to the job creation? Because I would have thought your new hires need more hours versus your job group 1.
Technical part of the training is the same. We're implementing a new ERP system throughout our whole company, and we are partnering with a consultant with this process. And then we do have subject matter experts who are within the meetings who then are they're doing learning the updates and then doing the training for our employees, or the supervisors down to the employees. So it's technically the same. A new hire would have more training, as like onboarding at the company and learning the whole process. But the technical part of the training is the same.
So am I hearing that Productive Lab's being used for ERP process, like an ERP system, or is Productive Lab being used in the processing, creation, making of the product?
It's
training.
making of the product. So it'd be, for example, like we have someone working on a machine or doing the assembly part of the electrode. So it'd be the actual making of the product.
Question. So I guess mine too there is you're saying those that are learning who are incumbents are 12 hours and you're saying the new hires need 15 of that same, is it the same curriculum? Is it different? I'm just trying to work out the 15 versus 12 for new.
It also depends on the job function, what it is that they're doing at the company. There's a lot of different functions that we do in manufacturing process.
Yeah, I think it's just Productive Lab is very specific to you are making the product and it's obviously costing you as an organization more because it's truly side-by-side training on a ratio of 1 trainer to up to 10, if depending on, that's what the legislation says. So depending on companies, everyone's different about their ratio. But I just want to make sure it's clear because you have these two, like when I look at an incumbent retrainee upskilling and I look at a new hire and we're saying the hours is only like a 3-hour difference, I'm just wanting to get a better understanding of what are you doing with those Productive Lab hours and how it differs. If it's different processes, it's fine. I just want to get a better picture of what that Productive Lab piece is.
Examples could be an employee learning a new press or learning a new machine one-on-one. That's the first one that comes to mind.
Mm-hmm. So are you upskilling your incumbent workforce to higher wages as well? Is that what I'm hearing through Productive Lab?
Yes, and some of the operators, we have different levels. An operator 1 would be the first. And as they learn the job and succeed, they're promoted to level 2 and then level 3 with wage increases.
Okay.
So I see in the wages, I'm going to focus in on manufacturing staff. For the wage range, I would assume it's the first level is 20.16 an hour up to 25. And that's 4 of them in job number 1. And then there's another category for probably manufacturing staff level 2 for $25.01 to $26 an hour. And then there isn't a third level. So I get the question I would have for you is, do they, when they're receiving this training in the Productive Lab, they're getting trained on the new system and the new machinery, are they able to advance even further in their wages than being capped at 26? Okay. And what is that wage range?
$27 to like 28, 29. I think it's about like a couple, it's 25. So it's like $1 here, like another $1 to $2.
Okay. So when you come back, that looks much better.
Okay.
To me.
Okay.
To see
So
that.
I'm trying to do the.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
It's hard for me to be comfortable with kind of capping a significant portion of your employees to the second category where they stand to only increase their wages by 99 cents. So that's all. Thank you.
Any other questions from the panel on this proposal?
Chairperson Ben Court, I just wanted to make a note on the Productive Lab.
Mm-hmm.
The Productive Lab percentage for job 1 is about approximately 24% of the average weighted hours, and for job 2, it's 25%.
Okay, thank you. You were going to ask something.
Would you feel more comfortable in reducing the Productive Lab to be only attributed to the new hires under job number 2? Because it sounds like they've got new machinery that they need to train their current workforce on in order to be more productive and effective.
I think I'm more comfortable if we're keeping it on the manufacturing. I'm not sure I can see an administrator and some of those in Productive Lab when we look at the true definition. I think it's more about which category. I don't know how we're going to do this. It feels like it's more on the manufacturing side and not the other occupations. So like the ERP implementation is pretty much not going to be a Productive Lab component when you look at the true definition of Productive Lab. It's about the manufacturer of goods. So I think, feel more comfortable that we start looking at that.
So I think you've already done that in your proposal by under Productive Lab where it says they're requesting ETP funds to train approximately 80 manufacturing staff.
Yep, that's what
So they've
I'm
already limited
comfortable.
it to that
Mhm.
classification. So I feel good about that.
I'm good about it. If anyone wants to make any changes, they're welcome to, but I just wanted to make sure we're being focused on that use.
You need any feedback for next time around? You good? Okay.
All right. So do I have any public comment on this proposal?
No public comment.
No. Do I have it?
Motion to approve Axle Guard Manufacturing Company LTD and the ETP funding amount of $140,300 with the acknowledgement that they're removing the post-retention wage in job number 2 from $20.01 an hour up to match the same post-retention wage in job number 1, which is $22.66 an hour.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. I've got Jewel at the same time. So all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those who oppose say nay. Any abstentions? The motion is adopted.
You please turn to tab 10, Kana Subsurface Engineering. It's a first-time contractor requesting $146,372 to train a total of 74 retrainees over 2 job numbers. Training will take place at Kana Subsurface Engineering's location in Riverside County. Representative from Kana Subsurface Engineering is present today to address any questions from the panel.
Good morning. My name is Guadalupe Ensminger. I'm the Training and Development Manager for Kana Subsurface, and this is Eric, President and owner. And so we are here to request a contract to support us in our training efforts of our fields crews. We are a wet utility installation contractor, and we have multiple levels of training. As you can see, our curriculum is a pretty long list of curriculum, but not all of the trainees receive all of that training. It depends on the level that they're in, with the objective being to begin them at one stage and to move them forward throughout 4 levels in actually 4 different categories of pipe layers, operators, superintendents, and field locators. And I actually brought you a sample of some of our training materials because we actually have taken a different approach to our training program for construction. It's actually pretty methodical, and it's very, I'm going to say it's meant to be, I'm sorry, I'm a little bit nervous. It's meant to be, thank you. We're doing the same kind of training repetitively, because what tends to happen in the field, you can't do all of your training in-house. We do some in-house training. We'll bring people in from the field and give them an 8-hour training on like certain skills like silver soldering and some other skills, but they really have to apply those out in the field, and it's up to their superintendents to give everybody an equal training opportunity. Only a lot of times people get caught up in the work, and so it's hard to manage all of the training efforts happening out there. So what we've done is we've developed this program and a pretty concise way of tracking competencies and awarding certifications for each of those competencies. And then after a certain number have been met and a certain amount of time in the seat, like hours of those activities, then they would have the opportunity to move up to the next level, which also includes a wage increase. So you can see by those materials, we've done a good job internal. We have a lot of support for translating all the materials into Spanish. We have them for each category, like I said, in operators and pipe layers, and then the superintendents get all of them. So they could make sure that they're consistent. That's the word I was looking for earlier, that there's a consistency in the way that we train, because there's so many different ways to do things out there.
Thank you. Does the panel have any questions on this proposal?
Not a question, but a comment. I applaud you for focusing on competencies and learning outcomes versus just training hours. That's something that everybody should do.
Yeah, absolutely agree there on that piece. Any other questions?
So how many hours are under Productive Lab?
Well, we wish we could have applied for more. We were recommended to apply for, I believe, a maximum of 20, but the truth is there's such a wide variety of skills and a high level of danger in all of them in those environments, and they're so precise that it really takes any employee hundreds of hours to become competent in any kind of in certain skills. So we will definitely max out 20, probably within the first 30 to 60 days, if not sooner. But because
It's one-to-one, so you have a
it's
journey
definitely
level
one-to-one. Yes, you cannot.
labor paired with. they're
Yes, it's
not-
either going to be the superintendent running the crew, and sometimes he'll delegate it to a lead who is really strong in a specific skill, depending on what that is. There's so many different elements for wet utility. We do a
Then
number of
each of
different
those
things.
instructors have already gone through the program, received their certifications, and
All of our superintendents are certified competent people, and they've undergone a number of different trainings in order to become the superintendents in charge of the crews out there. Yes. And they themselves also receive regular training. We bring them back in for in-house training. They're always, they renew their OSHA training, and a bunch of other ones, CPR and everything else. The company that I'm grateful to work for does a phenomenal job of ensuring the success of all of the crews, because we know that we need them to be competent and safe in order for us to grow, as we've been doing steadily for the past couple of years.
I commend you on your higher wages in the construction unit. Thank you for that. I see the union support from LiUNA, 1184. I did want to follow up with a question as to, are any of these trainees apprentices, or are you utilizing an apprenticeship program to help provide this training in construction?
Yes, absolutely. We utilize
How is
your
it
apprentice
separate?
program. Eric, what's the percentage of employees right
We
now?
currently hire one or two different apprentices, depending on the job requirement. But the training that the union offers is not specialized to our industry. It's generally labor training. Ours is more specific to wet utilities.
Wet utility, yeah.
Correct.
They actually benefit because they will come and stay on with us and get a lot of subsequent, or well, not subsequent training, but additional training to what they're bringing to us.
But those apprentices are not included in this contract, correct?
They're not. They have a tendency to go back to their
Right after they work with you, then they're moving on to the next contractor, and then they're still affiliated with their apprenticeship program.
I'm glad you hit that one. I wanted to make sure they're not funding one that is not funding in that sense. I do have a question, and it's kind of come across as you've talked about this. We're looking at a growth of 10, 64 incumbent trainees. We have a company of 66. What is the focus of this proposal's training, I think is my question. As I look at this, it looks like we're training everyone on different things. It's okay if we are truly looking at that we're looking at job progression, we're looking at promotion, we're looking at technical skills to progress. I just wanted to get a better understanding. And then with that job growth, how are you ensuring success of those people? And I know you guys are going to be administering this contract yourselves. So I just want to make sure you're set up for success for both of those pieces.
So what we do whenever we hire someone, whether they have any experience or not, is we track their progression every single day via software called EcoDocs. So all of the training that happens for them throughout that day gets scored daily. And after, whether they're an entry level or a level 4 machine operator, we do the same process for everybody for 480 hours. Then what we do is we give them a written review so that we can tell them officially how they did and where they need to be for the next review, which we do at year end. So year-end reviews is where we really scrutinize competencies and not just make decisions about increases, but make decisions about promotions. So the idea is to keep everybody moving up to be maximizing their opportunities so that we can train more, have more field superintendents so we can continue to grow. It's actually my distinct privilege to be the one to hold superintendents accountable to make sure that they're allowing enough training for each individual guy out there that's working really hard in a really difficult, environment to be able to get his competencies so that he's eligible for the highest wage available at the next review state. That's kind of how it works.
So really this is about helping to move them up in their skills and allowing them to progress to higher wages when we're looking at this, because there's lots of ones and twos rather than, it's always hard with small companies, but it is really about allowing them to progress to those next wages. Okay.
Another question. What are you doing to attract more women to this construction field of white utilities and to employ more of them?
Yeah, we actually have one. Oh, actually, that's on the pipeline side. There's,
No, we actually had one, but she moved on to.
yeah, I mean, we welcome everyone and we have a phenomenal recruiter. She does a really good job. I don't know if you noticed, there was an increase in our growth over the last few months since we went union, and a lot of those people came through our recruiting efforts. And it's definitely open. I think that the difficult part is there is a lot of physical labor, heavy lifting, moving of pipe, especially at the entry level. The entry level is where they're doing a lot of this, dirty work, so to speak. And so lots of shoveling and picking up of heavy pipe. And so I would love to see more women in the field, but there hasn't, and you really can't progress to be an operator unless you know what you're doing on the ground. So the groundwork is so important in order for the operator to have a feel for how to move the machines and what to do. So without that first entry level, which is unfortunately a very physical task, it's difficult to progress. So we are open to, we're an equal opportunity employer across the board, of course. I think we just have a difficult time with women with the physical strength to be able to endure the kind of, it's very difficult work. I wouldn't do it. I couldn't.
I would recommend that women need to see themselves in that specific function. And so image-wise, if you can show them women that there is the path forward and that you are open rather than just verbally saying that you're open, you're going to receive more applicants that are.
A lot of the support staff, like such as myself and our recruiter and our project managers are female, and we have a lot of interaction with the crews. And
there is a statewide emphasis and focus on attracting more women into the construction field specifically with the apprenticeship and quality construction careers and all those things. So I'm just recommending that you take a closer look at what the unions are doing, especially LIUNA as well. We just had a record number of tradeswomen attend the Tradeswomen Build Nations conference in DC in the entire world. So the women are out there and they want these good paying jobs. So just make sure you focus on that.
Okay, any other questions from the panel? Do I have?
Motion to approve Kana Substrate Engineering in the amount of $146,372.
Second. And do I have any public comments?
No public comments.
Thank you. So all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those who oppose, say nay. Any abstentions? The motion is adopted.
Thank you. Thank you.
If you please turn to tab 11, Taylor Lustig Inc., DBA Taylor Guitars is a repeat contractor requesting $488,060 to train a total of 544 retrainees over 2 job numbers. Training will take place at Taylor Guitars location in San Diego County. Representative from Taylor Guitars is present today to address any questions from the panel.
Good morning, panel members. I am Joe Peterson, the Director of Learning and Development at Taylor Guitars, an employee-owned company. We appreciate the opportunity to discuss the prospect of another training proposal for Taylor Guitars. First, we would like to express our gratitude for your consideration on our ongoing commitment to employee development. I am proud to share insights into the impactful outcomes of our previous projects and convey our excitement about the potential for continued collaboration. The support you have provided has been instrumental in our journey. Our training programs have yielded tangible results, empowering our employee owners to thrive in ever-changing industry landscape. Your continued commitment has spurred individual professional development at all levels, fostering innovation and resilience in the face of our competition. Our collaboration with ETP is a testament to the positive outcomes achievable through strategic partnerships between industry and government entities dedicated to workforce development. Sean Polachek, VP of Human Resources, and I are here to answer any of your questions.
Thank you. Does the panel have questions?
Yes, welcome back.
Thank you.
You stuck out in my mind from our last iteration and engagement during last year. And I took a look at the minutes, and I want to see these wages increased further. And I think that that was talked about a lot at the last panel meeting, and I don't see the evidence of that in this current contract. Again, with the estimated number of job creation retrainees at 94, earning only a post-retention wage of 19.07 an hour. That needs to be moved up to match job number 1. And I'm from San Diego, so I know that the starting wage for a brand new fast food worker working for In-N-Out is $19 an hour.
Hang on, April 1st, 2024, everyone's at $20 an hour for fast food.
Yes, exactly. Bless them.
It's hurting everyone.
Love it. So are you willing to move the post-retention wage of job number 2 up to $22.66 to match job number 1?
Yes, we are.
Do we want to talk about Productive Lab?
We do, but I want to get to something else first, and then I could get to Productive Lab if you like, or we can go Productive Lab first. Which would you like?
That first.
Okay, so I always look at other contracts from prior panels if we know the repeat contractors. And so I've been looking at some of the numbers, and I just wanted to look at what's happening with turnover, what's happening with growth, and those elements. So we did see in your 2022 application, turnover was at 19%. Well done for bringing it down to 4%. I see you had 523 employees at that time in the 2022 application. This one is actually showing a reduction, even though turnover is lower in your calculated turnover. I have reservations that we funded a load of job creation. Turnover is better, but then we're going in again for more. That is, I feel like there's some repetition of dollars somewhere or jobs or creation. It's a large number when you look at your total number of employees. It's about 25% that we're looking at in growth. Commend the growth. I always get nervous when it's a large percentage of employees for
really,
job creation.
It jumps out at me when we're looking at the presenting table, and for job number 2 and the new 94 that you're asking for, the average cost per trainee is $2,990 versus the average cost of the retraining of job number 1 is only $460. So as you've come back repeatedly, these kind of red flags are being raised as to how effective are we being in this.
And I look at past numbers as well, and I've seen this. So if I pull up the last couple of contracts, the proposals in number of jobs in group 1 versus 2, sometimes have been wildly different than actually what came back. So 2 contracts ago, you had 80 in proposed job 2, you actually came up with 196 and reduced your job 1 from 458 to 123. In your most recent current contract, that is basically just being being billed at the moment, you have 65 proposed new jobs and only 30 actual. So I do when I look at this number of 94, I think it was, I feel like we might be just jumping at different numbers when I look at prior performances against proposed numbers versus actuals. And so I just want to make sure we're being accurate on what we're proposing and where we're going with that. Because it feels like, in some ways, when I read this, we are almost replacing training dollars of training budgets, because we're coming in on a fairly regular basis, looking at large numbers, and then not necessarily always performing roughly to where we say. Because from going from 458 to 123 is a very big drop, and 80 to 196 is a very big growth. And so I'm okay with like 20% variance. That's a lot more than a 30% variance on the training. I don't know. Oh, getting feedback now.
We need some feedback.
Yeah.
So over last to date, we've hired 45 new hires so far this year. So when we look at what we're hiring and then what we're retaining, out of those 45, 39 of them are with us and continuing to be with us. And so when we look over a 2-year period, that's where we came up with that number, along with the growth of our product lines. So we now have 3 additional brands that we're bringing on. So we know that we have to increase our workforce to meet the demands of not only our current customers, but also these new products that we are going to be putting out in the marketplace.
Okay, I need to get more comfortable with the concept that you've listed 94 new trainees under job creation of like, is that gonna be successful? Is that really going to occur? I'm struggling with 94 just seems like a lot.
It's a lot when you look at
Lot
base
when-
number of
And then
team
past
members.
contracts.
Mhm.
For a 2-year, over a 2-year period, right? So like I said, right now we're at 45. Previous years, we had 105 new hires, and the year before that, Sean would know better, the specific numbers.
Closer to 150,
Yeah,
I
so-
think. But we had a surge. We had a surge like many people did during COVID, right? Everything just went bonkers for us. So we call it a COVID hangover a little bit right now. We don't anticipate that sort of hiring. And we're at, for what it's worth, we're at a trailing 12-month average of 80% retention. We retain 80% of people year over year.
I'm sorry to be the pessimist, but that also means a 20% turnover, which is a significant high amount.
The 4% is involuntary turnover. Are we correct?
Yes, so it's always the strain. I'm going to say that the unique calculation for ETP turnover is not how a lot of us in the HR industry look at turnover. And so those of us that are smart with HR turnover knows that 4% is not necessarily the true turnover that is happening. That is your, forced turnover. So when you look at that's when I'm always like, hey, where is your true voluntary turnover? And I think that's what makes me a bit uneasy. We had 19% of forced, I'm going to call it forced turnover, retirements, terminations, seasonal workers, those kind of things in the last contract. We're down to 4%. We're saying we're growing by this many. I just wonder how many of these are filling. So we talk about wages, we know what's happening coming into 2024, and many manufacturers are wondering how they're going to manage. I've seen it. I've been talking to my colleagues. Had lunch with someone the other day who's having that same conversation about certain roles. I worry that we're funding voluntary terms because we're not maintaining that workforce because of other elements. And I just don't know if ETP fund should really be your new hire bucket of funding on an ongoing basis. And we see job creation over time, appreciate job creation. I just worry that we're funding your continual onboarding of new hires versus true creation of jobs, which is the definition of job creation, is about you're not backfilling terminations, you're creating brand new opportunities with growth for the organization. I don't see that in your numbers from employee numbers over the last couple of years. Those numbers are sitting very similar. And that's what's making me a bit, I think, uneasy on funding that many, on funding that 20%.
Powers Electric, brand new brand. The Powers Electric is a brand new brand that we have never built an electric guitar before. So that is driving a new sense of workforce that's coming in, not only to help us, because we did create this. So everything we do at Taylor starts in our R&D, and we do everything in-house. So it's been a learning project. Same thing with our Circa 74 amplifiers. We have never built an amplifier before. So that is a second line that we need folks who have done this in the past. So that's as we're bringing new folks in and then teaching our incumbent workers also how to work on different products. And then we also have is it the Bajo, help me out here.
Bajo Quinto.
About Quinto guitar, which we've never made before. So we are expanding into other areas so we can continue to be a successful California manufacturer. And, we're looking for different ways and innovations so we can make sure that we stay for another 50 years because we're coming up on our 50-year anniversary.
I think my uneasy, maybe we go like at a 50%. We had 523 active California employees in your 2022 application. You now in this application say it is 476 employees
I also clarify, we took out all of our executive level folks. We also had folks who we allowed to move out of state to work in their territories instead of in California. So there is those numbers. We did remove some of the folks, not a tremendous amount. I think there's about 25 total with our executive members.
That still
And
doesn't add to 523 in California.
I understand. I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think when I look at those, if this had been in there, I feel just a bit uneasy on funding that many when we're seeing the numbers sort of decline here in California. And yes, we want to keep business here in California. We've gone down to 476 here in California. Employee numbers are roughly the same, but it just feels a bit uneasy at that many. And that we were funding job creation in the last contract and the contract prior to that. So that's where I'm kind of.
Would you be more comfortable if we maintain the estimated number of trainees of 450 for job number 1 and then reduce the estimated number of trainees for job number 2 down to 50?
Yes, I think so.
Looking to staff as to how to do that calculation in a motion.
We can do the.
Do you have any
the
other
math really
questions
quick and
before we?
get it to you, yeah.
And let's ask more questions while you're doing that.
Watch you work
Could I
them out,
say-
Carla. We're going to see if there's any other questions.
I was just going to add one thing that Joe didn't mention, which is when we speak about the Powers Electric, that's an entirely new line of machinery, equipment. We're not able to use the things that are existing on our floor. So that is why it starts in R&D as a small team. And we're in the process right now of moving that onto our manufacturing floor.
It doesn't seem like it's evident in this proposal as written. So would you instead prefer to have this matter tabled so that you can incorporate that in and rewrite it and then have it for consideration? Or to keep that in mind if you come back for another contract and definitely include that in there?
Staff and Kellen, and so what we could do with our proposal as it is today.
Colin's calculating.
He's like, I'm quiet. I'm sorting out math. I can see it. Any other questions? What's Kellen's calculating? You got it?
Yes. So if we reduce the estimated number of trainees in job number 2 to 50, that means job number 2 will now equal $207,000. So if you add that to $149,500. If you add that to the current job number 1, then the new total would be $356,500.
Thank you for doing calculations.
No problem.
I couldn't work them out. Any other?
Not me.
Exactly. Any other questions from the panel on this? I think you had on Productive Lab, you were going to ask.
It doesn't seem that they're doing productive
No.
lab, so.
That's
yay.
correct.
Yay on that. So I'm not going to ask that line of questioning. And I've completely lost my place in my agenda packet.
Probably somewhere around 100, 105, depending on where you're looking. 100 is the end before
Lots of
Exhibit B.
notes written everywhere. Yes, no, I rest my.
All righty. Any other questions from the panel on this proposal? No? Is there any public comment?
No public comment.
Do we have a motion?
Okay, motion to approve Taylor Listig Inc., DBA Taylor Guitars and an ETP funding, a revised ETP funding amount of $356,500 with the notion that we are going to move the post-retention wage of job number 2 from 1907 to match that of job number 1 at $22.66 an hour, and the notion that we are only providing training under job number 2 for 50 trainees instead of 94.
Thank you very much.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, so all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say nay. Any abstentions? The motion is adopted. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, make a consideration.
Of course.
I was just wondering if we could take that short break.
Like that 15-minute break.
Yes.
We can take that 15-minute break. So I'm going to call it 11:10. Do not trust yourself on the clock in the back of the room, because I looked up earlier and I was like, when did daylight savings go away? So do not go by the clock over there if you're getting hungry. We are at 11:10, so we will take 15 and be back at 11:25. Try again. Is that better? It just didn't like the button pressing, I guess. All right, back to business. We are coming to tab 13, I believe.
Chairperson Bencourt, tab number 12, Walter Anderson Plumbing Inc. has withdrawn from the December 2023 panel meeting.
Thank you. So then we're going to 13.
Yes, tab 13. This is a proposal from Abbott Cardiovascular System, Inc., doing business as Abbott Vascular, Inc. They are a repeat contractor with good performance, requesting $499,905 to train a total of 345 workers, including 75 new employees. Training will take place at their facilities in Santa Clara, Temecula, and Menlo Park. Here to address any questions are representatives from Abbott Vascular.
Hello, good morning. I'm Chris Hall, site training for Abbott's Menlo Park facility. Thank you for hearing us today. At Abbott in Menlo Park, we make life-saving devices using first-in-class technologies to repair heart valves without open heart surgery. We're committed to investing in workforce training. We believe that professional development allows our employees to obtain skills required for their current job to do those well, but also to step them along their career paths. Because of the technical and precise nature of our manufacturing processes, employee training is critical to assure our customers get the results that they need. As new products are developed, new processes, tools, and skills are needed to assure appropriate certifications. This training will continue into next year. Training programs this year included Green Belt and Yellow Belt certifications for 25 mid and lower level employees. Our Engineering Excellence program provided more than 150 learning touch points. We'll continue these initiatives into next year. Additional training planned for next year includes Supervisor Excellence, Leader Development, and a program to upskill our manufacturing training workforce. These skills not only apply to an employee's career at Abbott, but are portable and applicable to their future career opportunities. Thank you again for hearing our proposal today. I'd like to appreciate Philip Herrera for bringing me here today and to helping me with this today. And we would like to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Always appreciate repeat contractors. Do we have questions from the panel on this contract?
Yes. Commend you on the high wages. Thank you for that, Phil. I know you're listening. Appreciate that. And we had a robust discussion yesterday at Policy Committee about repeat contractors. And this one feels like it's coming right up against, like, you have an active contract that would have been active until May of 2024. And now that's completely closed out. So you did the 100% of the potential earnings. There's just, it's like an uncomfortableness with that it's maybe like too soon to come back. But, and then Chair.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions on that same line of thought. So I pulled some data as we were looking at current contracts, performance, etc. Yes, you have closed out this contract. It expires in May, but it is closed out and it's fully invoiced and everything came through. However, I do know that in June, there was a request to adjust the prior contracts, categories of jobs and numbers of trainees. And I have I'm going to say an uncomfortableness because we were asked to reduce the number of new employees, so job creation category 2 from 50 to 20 employees. So the last one came in as 50 employees you wanted to grow with. You requested that to close down to 20 in June, and then you also increased your incumbent workers from, I think it was 295 to 335, which then allowed that contract to close out. What makes me slightly uneasy, I know we had a good conversation about repeat contractors, but what makes me uneasy with that is this contract is asking for 75 job creation, but you didn't want to keep your, what worries me is you say, I'm closing that contract out and I'm going to cut my job creation by 30 jobs to close this contract out to come back. Why did we not just keep it open to retain those new hires and meet closer to that 50? When you're coming back here and saying, I would like 75 job creation in a new contract, I feel like you're coming for money more than truly to the purpose of what we're looking for as we relate to ETP and the creation of high-paying jobs, keeping business here in California, et cetera.
Yeah, no, it's a great question, and it smacks of what we talked about yesterday. So yes, it is money, but it's more about resources. So I would always remind everyone that's involved with ETP that when we submit an application, we don't submit a line item budget with it, right? And
correct, but Phil, this application, I'm just going to stop you here, was submitted May 1st at the beginning of fiscal year.
Right.
So you submitted this proposal was submitted May 1st, a year before this current active contract is expiring.
Right.
June, I see a amendment to reduce numbers, and then we're up here in front of panel with an application for May requesting job creation. I don't know if resources and adjustment of resources really cuts it for me. I don't know about other panel members. It just feels very like we're searching for money more than truly looking at this.
yeah, no, and I would agree with that observation. What is afforded to bigger employers when they come to ETP is this deep reserve of training hours and high need, right? They can make justifications across the enterprise. I mean, they were a COVID equipment or testing company. They do all of this great stuff. So it comes back to what we talked about yesterday. It's like, what is it? We should set a time, right? So Abbott, the young lady next to me, we are all in for ETP. So what we could do, what I would recommend is the following, and this is just an idea, right? Is that we can not start this contract until 24 months have passed, right? So we would be down with that, just to fast track what we talked about yesterday. We would also be interested in moving all the job 2 money into job 1. So now we have what is essentially kind of the fix, if you will, that we discussed yesterday. So an applicant, a repeat applicant, is agreeing to wait 24 months and coming to you with 1 job number.
That would be May 2024.
Correct.
Then it doesn't require another calculation from Kellen / anybody with a calculator, Jana, because.
Let me take well, someone who can do that math wizardry. Phil's pulling his out right now.
RIM is the same.
You're exactly the
I
same.
think the
same reimbursement
wages,
rates.
we'll have to look at the wages. They change every January 1st, but I think we're over those, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I do want to, though, pull to something that I saw, and I really want to make sure we're not using this to retrain similar content to the same audience or different audiences every contract. The curriculum list, I kind of pulled both contracts and went line by line.
Yeah.
It was not pretty. It is very much the same. And so when I look at coming in early, asking for this, now we're saying, oh, we can move 75 employees from job 2 to job 1. How is the training plan going to differ for those 75 that we're moving? Is it, where do the numbers of jobs, the team member, the job categories and numbers when you say in group 1, how many manufacturing skill team members will it be? How many administrators, et cetera? And what is their plan? I would almost like it to be tightened up a bit so that we truly know what we're funding going into that contract.
So it sounds like you might be more comfortable with tabling this proposal until a future meeting, giving the applicant time to revise the curriculum so that it's newer and fresher.
What I would,
We're still in the May 2024.
Sure, I'm not sure that would be the right path because if we talk about the curriculum, so those words on that page are really placeholders for course content, right? So if you have manufacturing skills, that's sort of the one bucket. Under it is maybe clean room procedures or whatever. But under that category, there is just a ton of courses that Abbott delivers, right? And what we do with staff when they monitor this, we provide them what's called a course crosswalk report that gives them the detail of each course, right? And the course description is available in the LMS. So if you look at the corporate IS systems, there's a course name, course ID that helps you get to the course information. And then what we do as administrators, meaning the consultant, is we take all that content and we drop it into those buckets, right? So when we provide the staff a detailed description of what courses were taught, they are able to authenticate those in the LMS because now they have the actual course title, the course code, and they know it falls under manufacturing skills and some subtitle that has been presented to the panel. So it's not necessarily, it won't be anything different that if we waited. And I do want to be respectful to the applicant. We had come, based on the rules, and you're right. Big companies are afforded an advantage in getting back in front of the panel quickly. But that aside, is that life science applications, and Kristen talked about her training on her own, are really good for the panel, right? We need advanced manufacturers to apply for this fund. I'm starting to see that they're not. I would just consider, the industry that they're in, what they've done for America, the world, with their COVID testing. So this is a special situation for all of us. But I'll defer to the panel.
As you were talking, Phil, I was listening and scrolling as well. I think it's going to adjust numbers in your proposal because you're talking about Productive Lab, for example, has a number of production workers. If your numbers, and if we're removing the 75 and putting them into category 1, what do those numbers look like for production workers and for Productive Lab and for those elements?
Would it still be the 15
would it
that
still
they're
be
requesting?
yeah would it still be 180 production workers, or would it be more for Productive Lab? Would it be, does the CBT hour averages change? I hear what you're saying about curriculum. I see bits in here that are like, hey, they're going to be doing this piece or this piece. It's not necessarily called out in curriculum. It's more like you have these generic titles. Consistency is key to me. But as I look at this, I just wonder how much the training plan will change if you add 75 additional numbers. Where are you spreading the love of those 75 in your job category 1? And then where in the proposal will changes happen? Productive Lab is probably a good one, because if you say, yeah, I'm going to move 75 team members or 50 team members into the manufacturing worker or production worker, that's going to up your number of potentially production workers for Productive Lab. And you want to make sure you're going to get the right numbers for the numbers that you're looking for.
Chair, I have a question before we go to the removing that job 2. I'd like to understand what the projections are for growth for this organization in 2024 and 2025, if you are able to articulate at least a perspective on that.
I'd be happy to. We are developing new products. And as we develop those new products, we are coming up with new technologies. Even the existing workforce will have to be certified to these new technologies. We certify our workers on every single process. We have close to 200 processes, and currently we hold about 3,000 certifications just at my site. So there's a lot of moving pieces around that. And as we release these new products going into next year and the year after, we're going to see those needs for certifications go up, up, up. And we're going to need to do a really good job of training those people, because I believe that training lays the foundation for the future quality of our products.
Absolutely. I think the challenge, Mike, you're gonna.
What I didn't hear was growth of the organization, though. Is that going to stay flat, or is the organization going to grow? If you can
Respectfully, Mr. Hill, I'm the training representative from Menlo Park, and I'm not really sure across the breadth and the scope of our contract across the different sites that we have included in. I can't speak for all three.
What I would, when I do a job creation category, which again, we got to wean ourselves off of that. We'll go to the careers page. If you go to Abbott, vascular, and you look at like how many open recs there are, you can do a head count there. But it is always, just a tough pull from the company to get any kind of headcount projection. But I base it on what I see in the careers page and what I get from HR. As far as growth, company-wide, like for a company like Abbott, which has the parent company, they do a lot of acquisitions, they do divesting. I do believe they have a CAFTA contract, no Cal competes. But as far as coming up with like a net new hires, I'm not sure they could do that. But there are positions that they do plan the growth. And again, this is where ETP can relook at like how we are going to account for, job creation and net new hires. So again, my answer is that based on the information which provided for me, the company will grow by that headcount between now and the 2 years that it's up.
For our product specifically, excuse me, specifically in Menlo Park for our product, our demand for our product has grown month over month over month, and we continue to see that happening going forward. So I do see that potential for people growth to match the growth of the product sales.
I think, Mike, you finish?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to, I went back to my numbers. I'm hearing you're saying that there is, if you go out to Abbott, there are jobs out there. Absolutely. But or yourselves chose to close a contract and reduce your job creation number to close. It feels to close that contract early to be able to come back for more. And you're asking, regardless of whether we move job creation out and put it into one, you are already coming back and saying in the proposal that's on public record that you want job creation and that you're going to be creating jobs. My question to you is, why did we adjust our job creation numbers so considerably?
So I mean, the answer is that we wanted to perform on the contract as soon as possible so we can get back in line, right? I mean, that's kind of what the whole experience is. And again, we can talk off and on about resources, but that's what we did. When I look at the statistics, I have it in front of me, is we actually did enroll 107 people into job 2, but because they do lots of training, right, that we were able to fulfill the contract in advance by moving job numbers or job allocations between job numbers. So that's how that went.
And you guys actually made that formal request. I saw it in Cali Force yesterday of we are requesting to adjust numbers to reduce job creation from 50 to 20 and increase job 1 to the numbers that you had from 295 to 335. It just feels a bit uneasy that we have job creation when we didn't want to hold out to see if we could get closer to our job creation numbers and close the contract out early to come back for more. I don't know.
I think that really at the pleasure of the panel, if you want to eliminate the job creation category for this iteration, I mean, that would be a real punch in the solar plexus. But again, Abbott is here because they believe these private-public partnerships are valuable to them. The resources provided by ETP to them are important. And Chris can speak to how they spend the money. I bring these advanced manufacturers to ETP the best that I can based on the rules, right?
We want to continue.
That's why I'm all in for fixing it, right? So going forward, I think this no overlapping contracts and correcting the job creation thing is a great move forward. It'll really simplify things. But we're here today based on the previous rules and are asking the panel to approve this application.
Heard from us today. You're going to take that into consideration for future.
Absolutely. And you know me, I'm going to
I
be
know
down for this
you're
policy
listening.
stuff.
You're going to rewatch everything too. I'm comfortable, at least as I consider a motion, is to approve today's reducing the number of estimated trainees from 75 in job number 2 under job creation down to 50. We're still,
Keeping within some job creation.
yes, keeping within some job creation, because I want to incentivize them to do
Mhm.
that. They're going to focus more on that now.
Just want to make sure it's not
and then-
closed out early
And then
and
putting in
adjusting.
the
Mhm.
timeout clause too, that the funding for this will not commence until May of 2024. And that would be how I
And it
would
comes
kind
into-
of structure. That's
Anyone
where I'm at.
else, as we're formulating here? Anyone else have any thoughts? Agreements? I can see Mike nodding. Yep. Okay. Are we good with that? I'm
I-
looking over this way as well to say, are we feeling okay with what we're proposing there? Do you need to do math? Do we need to get
Yeah, I
these guys to
think-
do the math?
I think I got this.
You think you got it?
I got it.
Okay, before you make it, any public comment on this proposal?
No public comment.
Alrighty. See if you can.
Okay, magic. Motion to approve Abbott Cardiovascular System, Inc., DBA Abbott Vascular, Inc., in an ETP funding amount of $499,905 with a new contract and the funding to not commence until May 2024. And the notion that we are reducing the number of trainees in job number 2 down to 50 from 75 and moving job number 1 trainees estimated to 295 from 270.
Do I hear a second?
Looking at
Second.
legal counsel.
Right and fast.
You're tracking?
Okay.
So we are okay to have a second?
Second.
Thank you. And you want public comment now? Any public comment?
No public comments.
All right. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those who oppose say nay. Any abstentions? The motion is adopted.
Thank you. I'd like
Thank
to
you.
welcome Director Grimes and just say a quick thing about Ryan. I met him like when he first started. He was a surfer dude. He was super funny, but boy, was he smart, man. He was a quick study on the CTP stuff, and it was a really pleasure working with you, pal. So I'll miss you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have tab 14. This is a proposal from Dompe US Inc. They are a new contractor requesting $97,060 to train a total of 57 workers, including 20 new employees. Training will take place at their headquarters in San Mateo. Here to address any questions are representatives from Dompe.
Thank you, and greetings, panel. Great to be here for the first time. My name is Adam April. I head up the People and Culture Organization at Dompe US. That includes training L&D as well as HR. Dompe, just briefly by way of an introduction, is a 5-year-old US company. We have one commercialized biotech product that treats a rare corneal defect. So highly specialized, saves sight. So we're proud of the 5 years that we've been able to bring that to market and save many patients' eyesight. As competition comes on board, our request today would look to help our clinical development and commercial excellence programs. So happy to address the questions that might be related to Dompe or our request.
Any questions from the panel? Are you guys making or selling the product?
Thanks for the question. So we manufacture the product from our parent company in L'Aquila, Italy, and have a whole team of trade individuals that have been on board early to help bring that over via temperature controlled dry ice. Quite a process, but we bring it to the US and then deploy it through a specialty pharmacy. So most of the individuals that are in job 1 and job 2 are staff, commercial, promotional, marketing, or clinical development. So more of a sales, commercial / clinical R&D advancement.
Okay.
But the sales and the marketing staff, the wages that we're seeing here, it's a pretty significant wage range between $30 to $110 an hour. And I just want to inquire and make sure that that is an hourly wage and it's not commission-based or bonus-based, that this is what they can expect to earn.
Correct. Yeah. It's mainly on the higher end. So we had the lower end there just to capture some of the staff functions in our office in San Mateo. But yes. And we match the two ranges. I think that's a
Thank you.
good call out.
Thank you for
Mm.
listening.
The only other question that I have, I look at your turnover at 12%. We're looking at fairly aggressive growth. Can I check, how did you calculate the turnover? Is that the ones that you're terminating or is that voluntary quits? I just want to make sure you calculated your turnover, and I may have further questions based on that.
Of course. So 12% is the US based turnover. If we looked at the California, it'd be about 8%. Essentially, that is the whole number. So 5 years with a company, we're private. So there's not a lot of RSU offerings. And so many of our individuals who started in the field that are very promotionally heavy like to jump from startup to startup. So they jump to the new opportunity after we launched back in 2018.
So is your turnover calculator that you've given us the ETP turnover calculation that is just the involuntary quits, not the voluntary quits? I just want to make sure, because turnover is for a new company-ish company, and if that is truly the ETP calculation for turnover, that's fairly high when you're coming to us to ask for quite a few % of job creation. So that's why I'm just making sure, what is that turnover calculation you use? Did you use the ETP calculation or did you include your voluntary, hey, I don't want to work here any longer, I'm going somewhere else, jump ship type calculation?
It includes both. Yeah, thanks for the question, and we're happy to update that.
Do you know what your involuntary turnover is?
It would be less than 3%, just based on performance improvement, obviously. And that turnover number has come down. And so with these 20 jobs, again, California based, we're very confident that the advancement in training, skills development, that's going to provide career development and opportunity to be those higher wages that obviously we want employed in California.
Mm-hmm.
Are you more comfortable with moving the job creation numbers of trainees down to 10 and up to 3, or?
I think so. When I look at this, you're saying it's grown by 50% in the last 12 months. So we've grown by 50%. So you still have a staff of 37 here in California. To put 20 more over an 18-month period sounds really aggressive, and we do want you to be successful as that first. I think I would feel better to reduce it down to 10.
And then move those 10 up to job number 1.
Well, you couldn't move, you could keep a job creation. You couldn't move 10 more up to 37 because that's 100% of staff already.
Right.
They don't have the wiggle room to move 10 new hires into. It just feels a very aggressive growth, and I just feel a bit uneasy on success, and I want people to be successful in that category, because you can't move them into another category because you haven't got bandwidth based on what you're saying on your employee numbers at the moment and trainee numbers.
If I may, the promotional efforts that are there have a high hours dedicated training for new hires. We've built that out to be very rigorous, captured via our HRIS of success factors. It reports both to the FDA and to GDPR in Europe, just to make sure the promotional messaging matches the compliance monitoring that we have out in the field from a medical standpoint. With confidence, we're hiring those 20 folks in Q1. So I hear the ask, fine to make the adjustment, but we're hiring those folks regardless. We need it to help serve the patients that are there.
Mm-hmm. And with other thoughts?
We want you to be successful and come back, and if you don't achieve it, it looks really, really bad. So I'm going to
Would
adjust
be
it.
a really big number, wouldn't it, on their percentage?
Yeah, well, it's
Mhm.
if I reduce it down to your request of 10 for the new trainees, and you reduce it by 23,000, so then it's approval for $74,060.
Yeah, it's in the future, that 75%. If you didn't hit that 20 on performance, you wouldn't hit 75% of attendance of performance necessarily, which means coming back for future funding, you would always be right sized, because we tend to look at that 75% of performance. If you under 75%, it often goes to a right size. So future, though it's a bit of a ding here, if they were not to achieve, the future ding would be greater, I think, than this reduction in head or training hours for this 10. I think the future impact would be harder on them. Would you agree?
I would agree. We
think my
want you
maths
to
is
be
right.
Successful. So this is like the tough love from moms kind of thing. We're watching out for you to be successful in the future. So it's
Yeah.
going to be,
Send it over.
okay.
Careful what you ask for.
Any other questions?
Not for me. Anyone else? No? Okay. Alrighty.
Okay, ready?
I'm ready.
Okay,
You are.
motion to approve DAMPA US Inc. In a revised ETP funding amount of $74,060 with the notion that we are lowering the number of trainees in job number 2 from 20 to 10 and still maintaining the 37 in job number 1 fully.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any public comment?
No public comments.
All right, so all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those who oppose say nay. Any abstentions? The motion is adopted. Thank you.
Okay, next up is tab 15. This is for Fresh Point California, Inc., and they have withdrawn their proposal and will attend a future panel meeting. So we will move on to tab 16, which is a proposal from Mammoth Biosciences, Inc. They are a new contractor requesting $256,450 to train a total of 135 workers, including 35 new employees. Training will take place at their headquarters in Brisbane. And here to address any questions are representatives from Mammoth Biosciences.
Thank you for that. My name is Dave Kuo. I'm the Senior VP of HR for Biosciences. We're based out of Brisbane and focus on gene editing tools to help advance therapies for patients, including genetic disease. I've only been here 3 months. I was actually brought in to actually help improve the learning development program for our company. We do hire a lot of folks out of PhD programs, scientists or operational staff, et cetera. Yep, and I'm here to really actually thank the San Francisco office for helping us with this. Especially, I want to call out Robert Jackson. It's been great. Last 3 months taught me a lot around what this program is about and how do we actually get the proper funding to get advance our therapeutics. I'm here to answer any questions.
All right, does the panel have questions?
I have one pertaining to your training vendor. Is Hands-On LLC in San Francisco. And it says that they're being retained to provide training in business skills and management skills for a fee of $150,000, which is a pretty huge chunk of the proposal of what you're requesting. If you could elaborate on why them and what they're exactly providing.
Sure. So actually have worked with them before, but not under these type of circumstances. I think they focus a lot around helping biotech companies, especially put together training material, whether it's online or in-person training. And a lot of it is around kind of the skill set and competency that are already pre-built. So I think for a company like us to advance therapy into the next stage, where from animal testing into human models, you do require a lot of understanding of regulatory and how we do best practices around us, adhere to the FDA standards, practices, et cetera. So a lot of this stuff is actually it's hard to kind of develop those internally. You do need external vendors that do deal with kind of biotech company quite a bit. Moving into clinical trial kind of in the future, in the next 21 months, I think a lot of stuff is going to be skill set around how do we work as a project team, right? So a lot of these scientists coming out of school, they may have done project, but they don't understand project team in the work environment is different than his project team at school. I actually told my son that he's a teenager too. I just team up with my friends. Doesn't work that way. So I think from that perspective, we do require a lot of skill set from there to actually help us amend those. But we do have a pretty decent sized internal team to help actually continue to train and not to always rely on vendors. So that's the other piece.
So are they designing your training or are they delivering? And what kind of percentage are they designing, delivering of the entire training curriculum in here?
I would say designing portion of it definitely involve them, give expertise. We're working with them to size it right for Mammoth in terms of what type of training would be. There will be mixing some of the delivery as well as us, but hopefully most of the time we'll be training us and then we can train our own team.
So they're going to be training your trainers. Is that what I'm hearing?
Both. So some portion that will train the trainer depends on the curriculum. Some of the project management courses, hopefully we train our trainer because we're gonna have a lot of those ongoing. But some of the more classes around how to work with regulatory affairs, how do you advance drug into different phases? Those will be them designing it and we sizing them right.
So if I looked at your curriculum list, what percent is being delivered by hands-on?
Probably would say 60%, 60 to 70%, yeah.
The only other, I don't know if anyone has any more questions on that piece. Again, we have quite a large growth here. Double figure turnover. How are we utilizing job creation to be successful, I'm going to say, rather than replacing those that we're terminating or retiring, et cetera? And are we using the right calculation for turnover when we look at that?
Yeah, no, good question. And sometimes it's good to go number 16 versus the first one. So I can hear a lot. Yeah, I actually do believe our calculation for involuntary, the way that ETP explaining it, is probably about 4 to 5%. It's not 12%. 12% is pretty scary.
The 12% on the turnover here is what? Your total turnover, not
yeah,
ETP
total turnover.
calculation?
So I would say voluntary, probably about 8 to 9%, and the rest is probably involuntary. The job creation perspective is 25% seems a lot for a smaller base. I would say drug development is a team sports. So as we go into the next few phases, we're going to require different people, skill set around regulatory, understand best more practices, ensure that drug is safe for patients. So I think those are where the growth is coming from.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're funding actual job creation, not turnover, because that is the criteria around that. That's my only.
Yeah,
might call out to you as a first-time contractor and those kind of pieces. That is what we're really looking for in job creation, not to make up your turnover.
No, that makes total sense. Yeah.
So similar kind of thinking to the last contract, reducing the trainees from job number 2 down to 25.
I feel better about that because the proposal reads at double figure turnover. Whether it's the right or the wrong figure for turnover, that figure is reading inconsistency with the others that we have today. In large percentage of growth.
I just want to add one thing. So I think the 35, the number of folks on 25% actually does not include, and this is for the next 21 months, it definitely does not include, I don't count turnover as in new hires to train them, even though they do. I think from that perspective, the 35 is an estimate for the 21 months going forward could be low as well. As we go into really pushing the drug to the next stage, could be higher. I think we're trying to be consistent, but also try to be frugal certain aspects. This is our first time around. But I'll actually say the number 35 is pretty conservative estimate for new hires.
I think from a consistency perspective for us.
Yeah, tough love.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like if I made someone on a 20%, 25% job creation with double-digit turnover, right or wrong calculation in one packet, maybe we should be being consistent with our packets, and that's kind of where I.
Can I? Yeah, maybe I add one more. Actually, I'll let you finish.
Oh, go ahead.
So part of what we do in genetic editing is very competitive right now in the market. We are continuing to find partnership with larger biotech to work with us, right? So through those partnerships, there'll be funding new hires as well in California, especially because we're based out of San Francisco. So these numbers are also based on the fact our current partnership, but we are looking to expand partnership pretty aggressively because this is such a new technology area. So I think that one's hope that you keep that under consideration. I don't want to be, I think a few before that where come back before contract ends. So I'm trying to make sure that is properly estimated for the next 21 months. And 21 months is a long time for a biotech company.
It is for many. It is for many. I think we just want to make sure set up for success, just like we said to the contract, the packet before you, that it's tough love when it's your first one, but we don't want you from the numbers to then next time be dinged further because you don't come in at 100% or you come in under 75%. The loss that you take here with this adjustment is probably less than if we then right size next time based on prior performance.
No, totally get it.
Any other questions? Do I hear emotional? Mike's giving me this look. I'm gonna go
I'm
with
seeing if Mike wants to
I'm
make it.
not sure what the, how to say it though. So the motion is to, do we have to do a recalculation on this?
Well,
If we're going
if
from-
somebody was entertaining a motion and wanted to make a motion, it would most likely be a revised ETB funding amount of $235,750 and lowering the number of trainees in job number 2 from 35 down to 25.
My motion.
That's my second.
That's your second. Mac, is that okay from a legal perspective?
Fine.
Good. Okay. We like this learning curve. This is what it's about. We like to learn and we like to learn productively lab. It's okay. Any public comment?
No public comments.
All righty. So all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those who oppose say nay. Any abstentions? The motion is adopted.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next up, we have tab 17. This is a proposal from North Bay Heating, Air Conditioning and Sheet Metal, Inc., doing business as Henry Mechanical. They are a new contractor requesting $173,075 to train a total of 100 workers, including 35 new employees. Training will take place at their headquarters in Windsor. Here to address any questions are representatives from Henry Mechanical.
Hello, thank you for having me. And my name is Joe Henry. I'm the president of Henry Mechanical. And we have been in business for a little over 30 years. We do heating and air conditioning, and we also are starting a plumbing division also. And we promote within. We have many women that are working as techs in the warehouse, as project managers. And we also have teamed up with Costco through our vendor to take on a couple warehouses also. So that's going to drive some more revenue and increase our volume. And we need some more training and people to facilitate that. So I appreciate you guys having me, and I'm here for any questions.
I'm going to open up to panel.
So this new business opportunity is driving that 35 number of
correct
new hires or
Correct.
more? Can you explain a little bit more about the opportunity, the business opportunity?
Sure. As of the first of the year, we will start offering plumbing to all of our existing customers, and we'll start advertising and bringing on additional plumbers to accommodate the additional work that we'll generate. And then once we start in the Costco stores, we need more installers, we need more lead generators, we need more people in the warehouse to facilitate that also.
Can I have some follow-up questions? So it states in your application that this is not duplicative of apprenticeship training, but I wanted to hear from you as to, are you partnered with an apprenticeship program to?
No, we are not.
Because a lot of the curriculum that's listed appears to be covered in traditional construction apprenticeship programs, union versus non-union, but we do see that. So that's where I'm struggling with. It's kind of like a best practice because we have progression in wages and there's healthcare components. And we know that those construction workers are kind of taken care of as they go on their path to becoming a journey level HVAC worker, plumber, pipe fitter, what have you. So if you could elaborate on that.
Typically, we start I also sit on the board, an advisory board for the high school. And then for the Santa Rosa Junior College, they're starting a residential HVAC program also. So we're able to, every once in a while, we'll mentor high school children. They graduate, and then we'll start them out either in the warehouse, learning the parts and learning how things are assembled, and then also become helpers out in the field to do that. So we typically work them through coming from just not knowing anything to being more of an advanced helper to doing their own jobs. And then also anytime that we have factory training, supply houses come in, product changes, we built a whole classroom for training. And so they'll come in, train our guys. Our own guys will train on their strengths so that that way the new apprentices, or not apprentices, but helpers are trained and learn the trade also.
Okay. I've asked others, as you may be aware, if you watched previous ones, to move their wages up for the post-retention wage stated in job number 2 from 2501 up to those stated in job number 1 to 3090. So this would be after the training is completed, that's the post-retention wage that they can rely on. So would you be comfortable with that?
After they're trained?
That's what the post-retention wage.
Okay.
That's a big ask. So, I mean, I'm gonna throw that in there. He's new and he wants to get this done, but what we've listened to earlier today, where post-retention wage is going from 19 to 2266.
This is
the
also
first
construction,
one.
Jill.
Pardon me?
This is also construction.
I get it, but that's a big jump.
Well, I will, if we want to go that route, I will counter that you are seeking a wage modification from a priority industry of 4120 down to 3090. So do we
I
want to
get
go
it.
there?
I
Okay.
get it. It's just a big jump. I mean, he gets kudos for that because that's a big
Does get
jump.
kudos.
That's not $2 an hour. That's 6.
Action. Yes.
Any other questions? I've got a couple. If we're going down to different, there is in your commitment to training, and I just want to make sure that we call this out. I'm not sure why we put it in there, so that's why I want to make sure. It mentions a wording around, and it's around Productive Lab, OJT. It says that annually the company invests approximately the number it does on training and includes mandatory safety, company orientations, and on-the-job training Productive Lab. I just want to make sure we're not covering Productive Lab because I
It's a
don't
typo.
see it in there,
It's a typo.
but I just want to make sure it's not going to somehow
don't-
sneak in when it's not
I'm
in the
not
rest of
putting
it.
productive lab in my projects.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because it felt a bit weird that it was there, and I wanted to make sure we definitely didn't. The other piece, I have 2. One is very similar to what we've been seeing a lot of. We are seeing a huge growth here based on the number of employees. We're seeing a 10% turnover. I feel like maybe from a consistency perspective, we may want to have a conversation about that as a panel of we are looking at our high turnover, large number of job creation. The other thing, it's timing and it's going to be bad. This panel, this proposal, and then the next proposal are for very, very much the same occupations, literally geographically bordering neighboring counties for very similar numbers of growth. I'm like, where are we finding these people to help grow to be successful? I'm just curious because I do worry. I read it and then I read the next one and I'm like, they're neighboring counties. They're fighting for the same workforce. I want you to be successful. Can you help me understand where you're looking for finding these creations? I understand there's contracts that you've secured, but how are you finding these people? And you're not having them jump ship to neighboring, because that can happen.
Well, again, training is going to be important. We do find people from outside of the trade, from the high school, from the JC that are interested in getting into the trade. So a lot of times we do start from the beginning and train somebody that's mechanically inclined, not necessarily that has any experience in HVAC. They might be a car mechanic. They might just be interested in the trade itself versus going to college. So a lot of times we have to start from scratch and train our own.
He's also hired, I think, 5 in the last 60 days. So, I mean, he's well on his way. I'd also like to go back to the wage just to make it clear that in the proposal, we were not asking for health benefits in job 2. And I'm going to request that we have healthcare to meet the wage in job 2 if we're moving it to job 1.
Yeah, there's 2 boxes, one ticks yes, one tick no in the panel packet. I just opened it up. You okay with the healthcare benefit? Healthcare benefit is captured there for you. How do we feel about the creation jobs?
We want to be consistent, reduce it by 10.
I feel from a consistency, it's a double-digit turnover. And it's a large, over 50% of creation. Anyone else?
Demonstrated that his business is automatically going to grow because of the new demand that he's getting. So I'm not concerned about it.
Look at others. I'm
I can do that on motion.
okay. All right. Any other questions?
No.
Okay. You want public comment? Okay. Any public comment? You keep switching me.
No public comments.
There is.
Oh,
Actually, there is.
we do have a public comment.
Okay.
One moment. Vincent, you're good to go.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Good morning. Can you hear me?
David?
Hello, can I be heard? Can anyone hear me? Am I heard right now?
David Vincent, you are good to speak.
Yes. Can anyone hear me? Hello? Hello? Can anyone hear me?
Getting on the 3-minute silence.
No.
You have to be present, so I'll go with the
I'm-
motion, and then if you can pop on or somebody.
Can anyone?
Okay. Okay, that's
Am I not being heard?
unfortunate. They can hear, but they can't
Hello?
speak.
It's-
Oh, so we can't in here, but everyone else online can. So it's something with this weird connectivity in this room, which is always a challenge in this room. Oh, we did, yeah, Diana did, didn't she? Yeah.
Can anyone in the room hear me?
Saying.
I'm gonna try one more time. I'm gonna mute him and unmute him.
And there is no motion pending right now, correct?
Correct.
Hello, can I be, am I being heard?
I see his microphone moving, but there's no audio from his end.
Able to like put it in the chat or something, or? Okay.
Can we unplug and see if we could do it just with a microphone attached to the side of the computer instead, if that's what's the problem? I don't know. I'm trying to think of like, it might give us feedback, who knows?
So Stefan, if maybe we could pause them and bring in the AV team and we can troubleshoot it and then move on to the next one as an option.
I guess my concern though is it sounds like we have a member of the public that wishes to engage and participate in this
we can't
particular
do.
item. And that means that the public does have the opportunity and the ability to participate in the discussion at or before an actual approval, but
I think what Tara's saying is like, let's
Pause.
wait for this bit to be sorted, but then at the same time, go to the next one, then come back once we can have public. That feels a bit complex, but it's also the piece that I'm like, it will keep us moving. But I'm afraid that if someone has public comment,
the next
will
one.
they be able to hear or not whilst we troubleshoot? I don't know if the troubleshooting is going to be an option. Or if there is a way,
Hello?
I don't know if it's to do with the connection of the AV.
I'm gonna try to log into Alejandra's
Okay.
account and then see if we can hear him through there and have the mic go from there.
Yeah, we just have to keep it a bit far away so it doesn't feedback. It's a bit like that first time we were in here and we had cell phones everywhere.
Right. And I'm also feeling that there's public comment on a motion that hasn't been made yet. So I'm wondering what they're commenting upon.
Can someone tell him we can't hear him? He's asking everyone on the
The
speaker.
panel cannot hear you. We are pausing until we can have AV fix this so that we can hear your comments, Mr. I only got David.
Yeah.
Mr. David.
Thank you. I can hear you all, if anyone can relay that, but I appreciate it.
Legal counsel is another option for him to, if he's able to, perhaps type it into the chat and then somebody can read it.
That's what I'm wondering too. I'm just kind of concerned because it feels like we've got the cart a little bit before the horse because we have public comment on a motion that has.
Well, let me make a motion.
Better make the motion, then we'll make the public
I'm
comment that
thinking
way.
perhaps maybe while they're figuring that out, let's go ahead and can proceed with business and if there is a motion, let's have a motion, let's have a second, let's have the opportunity for public comment. Hopefully during this time.
Back to
they
public
could figure
comment.
that part out.
So to see if it has to be adjusted
one more
anyway.
time.
Okay.
Okay, so motion to approve, hold on, making sure this is, okay. North Bay Heating, Air Conditioning, Sheet Metal Inc., DBA Henry Mechanical, in a revised ETP funding amount of $153,525, with the caveat that we are moving the post-retention wage stated in job number 2 from 2501 to 3090, as stated in job number 1, and that we are reducing the estimated number of trainees in job number 2 from 35 to 25.
Okay.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you. We'll now wait for the public comment once we get the AV sorted. So if there is a way to have it typed and someone read it to us, we are good with that, correct, from a legal perspective? For public comment,
That's what we can get.
if that's what we can get, okay.
If anyone here can relay to someone in the room, there is no chat box for me to type into.
We can hear you.
We hear it.
On David.
Oh.
I was just gonna say that.
Thank you.
Thank you for your
Hey,
patience.
David.
Welcome, David.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. And thank you all for your time, panel members, stakeholders, members of the public. My name is David Vincent, and I'm a taxpayer within the state of California and interested in the allocation of these ETP funds. I know it was mentioned at the beginning, but at least to my ears, when I look at the training processes that are mentioned here by Henry Mechanical, they seem to be duplicative of multiple existing DAS programs, whether they be those employed by the merit shops or the union programs, in Sonoma County and the Bay Area, and really most of the 58 counties within the state. And I just wanted to mention, I know there was discussion of helpers versus apprentices, and not exactly if that's a distinction without a difference, but, I did notice, and I appreciate that the panel recommended a higher wage, but it does appear that currently it's a little over $32 that are being paid to apprentices. And again, regardless of whom they are working for, with no experience, a first period apprentice receives $32.80 and a total hourly rate of, $52.48. I understand that that is a huge, package, but I just wanted to add that in, as the panel was considering this allocation of money to this contractor. And thank you. I can donate my time back. Thank you for dealing with my audio issues earlier.
I'd like to make a comment that last year I worked extensively with ETP staff. I do a lot of HVAC companies. I mean, it's not I worked extensively with staff to go through curriculum and make sure that the curriculum that we have is not duplicative. That's part of why what you see looks similar. It's a similar industry, and that curriculum had already been vetted. So it's my feedback.
Thank you, Joe. I also will, to your point, Joe, I think there is places where we have state registered apprenticeship programs. There are places where we don't. It is up to the individual contractor, I will say, about how they decide to train. And if they choose to go apprenticeship or not apprenticeship, it is up to the individual company on their choice of how they go about training. That's not what we're here to push one way or the other, but I just want to, I know where I can echo you, Jill, on where companies choose or not choose to utilize apprenticeship programs in their curriculum.
I also feel that we have a very competitive wage when we are comparing ourselves to other residential HVAC contractors, not commercial union contractors. We do give medical benefits, we give retirement, we give vacations. We do have a good package, and it is competitive in the market that we're in.
And as we move towards a vote, it sounds like, I just want to make sure, have we exhausted public comment? Is there any other hands up?
There are no more public comments.
So we have a motion. I had a second. We have no more public comments. Any more comments from the panel? All right, so all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? The motion is adopted.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have tab 18. This is a proposal from Peter Levi Plumbing LLC. They are a new contractor requesting $137,080 to train a total of 75 workers, including 35 new employees. Training will take place at their 2 locations in Novato and Vacaville. Here to address any questions are representatives from Peter Levi Plumbing.
Hi, my name is Felita Estes, and I am the HR Director for Peter Levy Plumbing and HVAC, another HVAC company.
All right, does the panel have any questions on this proposal?
Similar questioning for the last one that we just witnessed. You do have a significant turnover rate of 14%. And you do have listed here a very aggressive job creation initiative with 35, and you have a present workforce of 40. So it's almost doubling up. So it raises some concern.
Their current, they've got 71 employees.
Thank you, Jill. And then similar to the line of question I did last time around with moving your post-retention wage of $23 an hour to $30.90 to match that. Comfortable? It's over 2 years, and it's all that training that they're going to be receiving.
We can do that. I will say that the people that we train don't have any beginning. Most of the people that we have, we get from high schools. I go to high schools and other places that are looking to employ women's shelters, et cetera. We do have women in the force as well. So the places that we start to get them from are from nothing. And so it's a large bridge to hit to get to that wage for those particular people and with the skill level that we're looking for. But there are ways to do that, and we will get there. They are reviewed after 90 days. We review them again in 6 months. We have different avenues because there are different avenues within the HVAC, whether you're doing maintenance, whether you're doing more technical work, there are different places for you to go. So all of that comes into play with money and everything else.
It's also priority industry.
Yes.
That's why you're seeking the wage modification from the 40 down to the 30. So I rest on that, but I do want to see the new job creation move over the 2-year period of the contract up to match the same wages.
Okay.
With benefits.
Yes.
Yeah, with the benefits. I think, again, we're looking at a 14% turnover job creation. I think we want to be consistent.
Half of that is voluntary and half of it is involuntary. So it is not completely just. And we have gone through great pains to put together retention programs that work. Because like I said, we're starting at the bottom. So life is the thing that gets most of the people that we have working for us. And we've gone into creating programs to help them be retained, which is buying a house. You've got all this money, you're making this money. Let me help you buy a house. Let me help you learn how to account for your money. This is how you budget. So we do all of these things, and that helps keep our retention rate high.
Also on the new hire, number of new hires, they are just acquiring another location, and that brings 15 more people. And she's hired how many in the last little while?
We've hired 5 in the last 9 months. Excuse me, in the last 3 months. And prior to that, we hired another 10 to 15 people.
So that's 20 of our 35.
Well, it's job creation. Yeah.
So if you do want a lower job creation, I'd ask that you move it to anything you take out of job 2. I'd ask that you put it in job 1 because we have the room there.
Because you have some bandwidth. Some of the others did not have bandwidth to move those jobs around. So I don't mind moving it to the 10 to job category 1. I just, others did not have that capability to do that. So that's okay on the movement.
Calculate.
You're calculating. You're a brave lady. I'd have been looking at these guys. Kellen's my math guy. You're working it out. Feeling confident?
Yeah.
Okay.
Feel good.
Any other questions from the panel? Lauren?
Can you speak a little more about the folks that you're hoping to recruit? It sounded like you're looking at various or different types of employees.
Well, there had been such a hard time over the past few years of finding employees, especially HVAC employees and plumbing employees as well, especially at the beginning levels. So we started to look at who needed work, who needed help. And that's where we ended up going and recruiting and training and bringing up. So it was at places like high schools and other learning centers and things like that. And we job fair a lot. We have job faired pretty much all over Northern California, which is something that nobody in our industry has been doing. When we go there, there's nobody else there but us. And so that's been very successful for us this year and the last year. So.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve the Peter Levi Plumbing LLC and a revised ETB funding amount of $133,400 with the caveat that we are going to move the post-retention wage in job number 2 from 23 up to those stated in job number 1 at $90 an hour, and that we are moving 10 estimated number of trainees under job creation, job number 2, up to job number 1.
Thank you.
Do I hear a second? Do I have any public comment?
No public comments.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those who oppose say nay. Any abstentions? The motion is adopted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have tab 19. This is a proposal from R. Torre and Company, Inc., doing business as Tarani. They are a new contractor requesting $371,450 to train a total of 315 workers, including 40 new employees. Training will take place at their headquarters in San Leandro. Here to discuss any questions are representatives from Tarani.
Hi, everyone. My name is Becca Russell. I'm the Chief People Officer for Tarani. Tarani has been around for almost 100 years. We make the syrups and sauces that go in your beverages, coffees, energy drinks, Italian sodas, etc. We're a company that really believes that businesses can and should create opportunity, and we're really proud of the results that we have. So specifically in the last 3 years, we've increased the number of women we have in our manufacturing roles by over 625%. Additionally, our average tenure is over 6 years, even though over half of our team members have been hired in the last 3 years due to our growth. Happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Any questions?
Your consultant knows what's coming. Would you be willing to move the post-retention wage stated in job number 2 from $21 an hour to those stated in job number 1 after all the training has been commenced?
So the way that our compensation is structured is that we afford team members opportunities to continue to learn new skills, and they get an increase in compensation every time they get a new certification, is what we call them, in a new workstation or piece of machinery. Our average wage right now is, for our frontline team members, is $27.25. And again, that's with hiring over half of those team members in the last 3 years. We also pay 100% of our team members medical insurance. And I know these things aren't part of the calculation, but we offer annual bonus. All of our team members are enrolled automatically in profit sharing and our ESOP, because we care very much about both the current financial health of our team members, but also the long-term financial health of our team members.
So the answer to your question is yes.
Thank you. But I do appreciate all the things that you're doing to have a robust kind of holistic system for your team.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Just want coffee with Tory syrup right now.
Just keep dreaming, keep dreaming.
I would have brought product, but I know
Nope,
that
I'm
it's
not allowed.
inappropriate. No, I know.
Okay. Just I can see it in my head right now.
You can see that image.
Motion to approve Oratory and Company, DBA Tarani, in an ETP funding amount of $371,450 with the caveat that we're moving the post-retention wage stated in job number 2 of $21 an hour to that stated in job number 1, which is $24.72 an hour.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any public comment?
No public comments.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. Any abstentions? The motion is adopted.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, panel members. Next, we have tab 20, a proposal from Bell Brothers Heating and Air, Inc., doing business as Bell Brothers Plumbing, Heating and Air. They are a repeat contractor requesting $486,082 to train 372 workers, including 145 new employees. Training will take place at Bell Brothers locations in Elk Grove, Mather, and Manteca. Representatives from Bell Brothers Heating and Air are present to answer any questions.
Hi, Ken Lipinski, Chief Human Resource Officer of Bell Brothers. So we're a residential HVAC and plumbing company, rapidly growing in the market and along the Sacramento to Hayward or East Bay corridor overall. We've grown rapidly in the last few years from 80 people in 2020 to just over 350 right now, split across those 2 primary sites that I mentioned and a couple of smaller satellite sites. We invest heavily in our training to answer some of the other questions I've heard pop up. We almost exclusively recruit from outside the industry and bring them in. We have a team of dedicated recruiters focused on bringing people in. We do recruit from fast food, from Target, a lot of the rest of that. They need a mechanical aptitude, but we're generally hiring for more of a customer service skill set. They are technicians, but they are technicians that are providing a higher end service-based product. And so we are trying to find folks, not necessarily who've always been in the trade or kind of have a legacy of family tradition in the trade, but those who are looking for a career and a progression. So generally speaking, the way that our technicians are paid when we bring them in is they're typically between 17 and 20 an hour, depending on the type of technician. We have plumbing technicians, HVAC service technicians, which are the maintenance and repair, and we have installers who are the ones that do full system tear out and rebuilds. They'll come in, they'll go through the training. Our training, depending on the track that they're on, is anywhere from 12 to 16 weeks of dedicated training. So they're not making us any money during that time period. We're training them in a mix of classroom and ride along, going through the skills they need to be successful. And then upon graduation, they go out and they begin to earn both commission and their base wages at the exact same. It doesn't come down, it goes up. We have, on the service and maintenance side, M1, M2, S1, S2, so service technicians with more advanced technical skills. On the installer side, we have apprentices and senior installers. And then on the plumbing side, we have PSI and PSI Plus. So there's career progression, advancement into the higher level role means a base wage increase, as well as additional commission opportunities, a bigger cut, and generally better jobs as well.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, question about the growth of your organization. Almost 50% increase if you hire 145 people, correct?
Correct.
So what's driving that?
Mostly it's just expansion of opportunity. We're continuing to spread farther into the Sacramento metro area, as well as at our Hayward location, kind of covering the corridor itself more. It is primarily, though, just straight up opportunity growth. We have 23, so we go to market through a club and subscription-based program. We sell people ongoing maintenance contracts to come back and visit them. It's also an opportunity for us to find additional work.
Yeah.
1,000 club memberships in the Sacramento area, and it's rapidly rising, which has fueled the growth. It's also allowed us to not go through the winter layoffs or kind of the shoulder season, slower seasons that a lot of other contractors do. We're able to grow nonstop.
I see your continual mailers in my mailbox. Living in the valley, I'm just gonna say I see them going up and down the 99 corridor, and I see the mailers in my mailbox at times.
Have you called?
No, I use one of the others. Sorry. They installed, and I won't tell you which one I use, but you missed that one. I'm like, my husband's like, but I like the ones who install.
At least you're known.
At least I know. I see every time I'm going out to Ripon, I see it all the time on the 99. It's a nice big board.
I had a follow-up question to some of the public testimony that you just shared, where you said that the training takes approximately 12 to 16 weeks and that you're not earning anything for that. So are they earning something? What is their base hourly wage?
Oh, so during the training period, they are paid, again, depending on the level, anywhere from 17 or 18 to about 22. They just are not commission eligible yet. And usually that's them riding shotgun with an existing technician, shadowing that technician, and that technician is revenue producing, getting commission on it, going and servicing the customer, but it's jobs we would only send a single person on normally that we're doubling up so that they get actual on the job experience.
Where they're getting the one-to-one training.
But there is not productive lab in this
Yes,
contract.
because it's
So, because it's Jill. So I just want to make sure that we are not capturing that as part of the curriculum and the commitment to training. Though it's great that we're doing that, we are not putting that in there. It is 100% in the classroom because it's Jill, but I just want to make sure for that public record. Any other questions from you?
Similar to the entire hearing, my blood sugar level is low. Moving the wages, the post-retention wage from job number 2 up to those to match in job number 1, 2266.
So for our fresh trainees, meaning that they are
We have
not
2 years though.
right. For our fresh trainees, the ones we don't skill up, typically at 12 to 18 months post-training, between both base wages and commissions, they're making between 60 and 75,000.
No problem doing that. You have no problem doing that.
Variable wages, they will already be passing that.
As long as they can use commission structure to do it, that's.
Now we're getting into my second line of questioning. So typically, this is rare to see come before a panel, a commission rate structure, wage structure. We are used to seeing just the base wages on the check. There is an uncomfortableness with this. It reminds me of piecemeal rate. Is that the case of what this is?
So one section does, we have the three that we talked about, both the PSIs and the maintenance and service technicians are base plus commission versus the installers are paid on a piece rate basis. And the maintenance and service and the PSI make up about 3/4 of our total workforce.
There's traditionally a lack of support for piecemeal rate. Results in additional on-the-job injuries if people are having to work faster and not taking safety considerations just to earn the extra buck. That's a level that I'm not comfortable with, but we'll hear what others say.
I'm going to look over at staff on this one about piecemeal versus hourly rate. And commission, where does it sit? Because that's not an area I know. It's okay as long as they're meeting the wage.
That's my understanding, correct?
That's why I'm looking at you, because I'm
That's why I'm trying to
like,
figure out the question
this feels like the legal part. So
I'm not, I want the wages stated in job number 2 for job creation, the post-retention wage to match that of job number 1 without regard to commission and piecemeal.
So you want to take that out of the contract then?
Like a standard of what we've been approving all along, like that's the post-retention wage, and it's not taking into consideration the piecemeal concept that puts the worker at risk.
but if the post-retention wage, I'm just going to check the clarification in the contract here. Post-retention wage for job number 1 is 2266. Is that inclusive of?
2266 would be the base.
Is the
rates
base.
approximately. The commission is what takes it to the 35,
Okay.
40. Yeah.
So then there's a level of comfort for me. there.
You're more comfort there. That's what I wanted to double check. So that's
Where I'm comfortable, and I don't want to get into the commission stuff. It's like I'm not looking at it right now. So
it's complicated working out commission on an hourly rate. Much easier to keep an hourly rate. So you're saying you would like to see job 2 go to the 2266 post-retention as the hourly, not with the piecemeal, just like how we're calculating job group 1. Am I right?
yes, that's been consistent. And then there's also a significant aggressive job creation component to this of hiring 145 to
with 10% turnover.
with 10% turnover. So it's really high. So I'm not really comfortable with that, and reducing it by just 10 isn't on par with what we've been reduced.
If you look at what we did with one of the others that had 75 down to 50, maybe we look at more of that kind of sliding scale of a percentage or something.
Allow me to address the turnover at least.
Thank
So
you.
we generally, during our training program, do not want 100% pass through the training. We only want the best. And so we generally have about a 10% failure rate built right into our training, which is representative in the involuntary. Many of them stay in the trade. Our voluntary turnover, all of them stay in the trade, but it is not a job that everyone is cut out for fundamentally. It is long hours. It is very much needing to deal with a variety of customers and a variety of unique situations. And so at the end of the day, some of the involuntary turnover is intentional based off our success rates and holding people accountable to be the best technicians in the business.
And so this gets to an interesting question to ask you. So some of this is purposeful. I'm going to say involuntary turnover, because it's to do with, are they making it? Are they making it 90 days? When is that happening? Is it happening 90 days within their first 90 days after they complete training? Or is it happening 6 months, 8, 12 months after they complete training?
Throughout the first 6 months. After 6 months, it drops off precipitously. It is really only from the start of the training program through training graduation, which is 90-ish days. And then there's a smaller turnover after that, which is once they're actually in the field and being measured against productive numbers. It continues to lower and drop off the total amount of turnover, but it does still happen until about post 6 months.
So I'm going to give an example. You have 75 HVAC techs in job group 2, for example, and you're saying about 7 to 8 of those will not make it in their first 180 days post-training.
Right.
So therefore, we could be funding it. They could then do 90 days, then leave. They've met their retention, but it really isn't fueling what we say is job creation. It's just fueling your training pipe. That's what I want to make sure we're being. Joe's looking at me and I'm like,
No, because they're not, if what he's talking about with attrition based on performance, those folks are not going to meet retention. So,
it's not happening in the 90 days post end of training for retention. It's happening before that.
Right.
Steepest drop off is really at about the 6 to 8 week mark of training, because we don't start right away. They need some time to get the skills and they finish out the classroom portion. It's really in the final weeks of training, the criteria to graduate get higher and higher, and that's where you see it.
So they wouldn't, by the sounds of it, it's kind of going back, almost not meet retention.
They won't make retention.
Okay.
And just as and from an administrative standpoint, when we have these types of trainings, we don't even invoice for folks like that are not that drop out right away.
You're holding the invoice till 90 days post retention before you put it in, which makes perfect sense. Administratively, it's hard on you guys. But totally understand and appreciate you don't even put them in from that perspective. But I still think it's a very aggressive growth for anyone. And so far today, we've been I just don't know what we would look at.
What I'll say is that I started working with Bell Brothers about 10 years ago, and they have gone from 60-ish so employees to 350, and just continue to grow and grow and grow and grow. So yes, it's aggressive, but I also think I think they've got what it takes to create this growth.
I want to be consistent with what we've done before. So taking a look back at what I've done, it would be reducing the estimated number of trainees under the job creation initiative, job number 2, by 45 down to 100.
Sounds right based on what we've done with the others.
Can we move them to job 1?
And here are any new facilities that are being opened or?
They're expanding in all of their facilities. And expanding in geographic areas. And when they say expanding in geographic areas, their technicians take trucks home. So they may be based out of Elk Grove, but that technician might be in Stockton, Lodi, or someplace like that.
The job numbers don't work on that. They don't have the band because you've got 250
exactly. We
52
have 300
active.
350 employees.
That's not what is stated in the contract.
That's a typo.
Because I have it as 252 and 227 on those numbers. It wouldn't.
Staff is nodding, so that's where I'm gonna go.
I have the same.
Okay. Ready?
I am ready if you are.
Motion.
As you're digesting though, you did have that question regarding piece rate, bonus rate, and we were kind of like fielding
Yeah.
the ball at the same time. And we were back looking into section 4418, which is the wage criteria. And there is language in there regarding bonus and commissions, talking about having a reliable history, et cetera. But I don't see anything specifically regarding piece rate articulated in this.
That's allowed.
And I see staff who developed and worked on this project on there too. I don't know if these issues came up or if there was any other interpretation, but yeah. That was why I was kind of like, felt like I kind of got hit from the side. So, okay,
Gotcha.
thank you.
Okay, let's give me part of the motion. Okay, move to approve Bell Brothers Heating and Air, Inc., DBA Bell Brothers Plumbing, Heating and Air in a revised ETP funding amount of $403,282, with the caveats that we are moving the post-retention wage stated in job number 2 from 1854 to match the same post-retention wage expressed in job number 1. And that we are not, hold on, using the supplemental wage, either commission or piecemeal, to meet the post-retention wages stated in jobs 1 or 2.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Do I have any public comment?
We have a public comment. And go ahead, David Vincent.
Yes, just want to check. Can the room hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Yes.
you now.
Great. Good afternoon again, panel, stakeholders, and members of the public. Again, I'm David Vincent, and as another building, as another HVAC plumbing contractor and one that's occasionally dabbled in public works, I spent a few moments earlier in the week and upon receipt of the December panel packet to look into this contractor, and I do see that they've grown, and that's been mentioned, in the last few minutes. And I also noticed a number of things that I wanted to highlight before the panel considered the allocation of nearly another $500,000 in funding. First, and I know I mentioned this, with the Henry Mechanical contractor, but it does look like a lot of these, the criteria that are being trained on exist in a number of different, both merit shop and, other training programs that the DAS has endorsed. Again, though, aside from that, I put in a public records request for this contractor, both with Cal OSHA and the Labor Standards Enforcement Division. And at least for Cal OSHA, I saw that in the last 16 months, they've had 3 violations, one of which was serious and given a gravity of 10, which according to the California Code of Regulations is the highest possible, serious incident. I do not know anything else, but maybe that's something that could be looked into. And, I'm still waiting back to hear from the state just to make sure that, if this would be more than $1 million given to a particular contractor, I just wanted to make sure there had not been any, at least recent issues of non-compliance with the rules or regulations by which they and any other contractor are required to follow. Thank you, and I'll remit the remainder of my time.
Follow-up questions pertaining to what was just given on public testimony. Can you elaborate, please, on the OSHA violations?
I'm thinking about they said the escalated 10. I know we've had a couple OSHA violations with some ladder incidents. We had a gentleman, he did say that it was last year, in this last 16 months, if I correct. He fell off a ladder and he did severely injure himself. So what we ended up doing with that is we have numerous safety trainings go on every meeting. And we've incorporated some companies to help us do that, but we're doing a lot more morning, daily trainings on, because once again, going out in the field is very dangerous. So we are really trying to, I wish our safety manager was here he could probably expand on this a little bit more. But the other 2, I don't have. I'm having to say that the 10 must have been Andrew Vanderploeg, because he was severely injured. But we are definitely doing much more ladder training and safety now.
So speaking to safety at large, which is not a piece that I can speak to directly because safety is managed outside of the HR sphere where I oversee. But we do have a number of new safety initiatives that we put in place in the last 12 months, including a lot more online training, additional tailgate training that's taking place every single day, and some new equipment that's been brought in as well, because ultimately, we are not necessarily happy with where our safety record is. There's room for improvement there fundamentally, and that is something we are continuing to invest new resources in. So.
Any other questions from the panel?
Actually, to the piece about the apprenticeship, by the way, we are actually looking at apprenticeship programs. We have not gone all in yet. We're still trying to figure out if the apprenticeship and its focus on mechanical and technical skills can be intermingled with our focus on customer service and sales and the technical skills we teach already. So it is something we are actively looking at, but it is not something we're actively doing or engaging yet. So
That's traditionally where we've seen folks, the apprenticeship program come forward and working in collaboration with the contractors, union or non-union. That's where we fund that kind of training. And then you would come in under like the business development kind of customer service skills for a separate contract on that.
got it. So it's in the cards and it's something we're exploring, but it's not something I needed to tackle this before I tackle something new.
Anyone else?
Any more public comment?
There is one more public comment. Michael, go ahead.
Good afternoon. This is Michael Mark. As a concerned citizen of California, the OSHA concerns are very enlightening, especially when there was this spoken talk of piecework. I think I'm not sure what one of the panel members were stating that piecework, and part of that with commission base here, as an individual, as a worker is trying to work quicker, there could be additional lack of safety. And the OSHA portions that were spoken by the previous individual really in tunes to that. So panel members, I really would stress, hopefully, that the ramp up of this, or especially this particular contractor, be very watched upon, because in the previous specific ETP grants for this contractor, those safety violations happened while under previous ETP contracts. Thank you.
So I know this is minor, but it didn't happen during a previous ETP contract. The last contract was in 2018. What I can say from a safety standpoint of knowing and working with Bell for the last 10 years, not just doing ETP, but doing leadership training and other types of training with the company, that they've been very proactive. When many other companies were not tying off on roofs and setting roof anchors, Bell was. And when you look at where OSHA shows up, they show up at the big guys. They don't show up at the mom and pops. They show up at the big guys. So when these guys say that they had an incident, that can happen. I'm in a wheelchair because I fell off a ladder. And I was trying to do something fast, but whatever, right? I will say that they've had a long-standing record of trying to do the right thing. And while accidents can happen, if you turn around and use that to do the right thing and train people right, I think that while it's very sad, at least it puts it in a positive perspective.
Can I say one more thing about safety? So I'm actually the senior service manager, and I don't really too much what you mean by the piece and all that bit, but I can tell you this: I will not put my guys in a dangerous situation. My guys know me, that all they need to do is call me and say, I do not feel comfortable. We are not a company that says, no matter what, you're getting on that roof. I can't speak for the other departments because I'm in charge of the service department, but I know Mike Velasco. We are definitely trying, we are doing putting the safety first under my watch. So I don't know if that makes a difference on the long run, but that's what I stand for.
Well, for me, that makes a difference in the long run. But with this coming to light, I do want staff to have the opportunity to collaborate with you about this OSHA violation.
Yes, please.
It's not, level 1, it's level 10, it's significant. And I don't feel comfortable today in moving this forward. I'd like to have you take the opportunity to revise the panel packet, include some of this additional safety training that you're mentioning in there. I will sidebar give you my perspective of like, it's very uncomfortable for me if your wage structure and compensation structure includes the piecemeal rate. They may feel really comfortable with you and reporting to you, but you're not able to have that management over hundreds of folks that maybe are suffering something else in their family life and are seeing that piecemeal rate as additional compensation that can help make ends meet, and they're not doing the safety things. So I would like to rescind my motion for approval today, and I would like to table this so that you can incorporate these safety components into the structure of this. And we can also hear from you about apprenticeship too, a little bit more. So that's where I'm at. I rescind my motion.
Second. Sorry, got a second for the rescind to table. And I'm just going to echo with, there is an allowable allowance of safety training within your ETP contract that is not your mandatory. Possibly look at putting that in your curriculum list to help focus on that piece.
Motion to table.
Table. Do I have a second? Thank you. So all those in favor say aye.
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 So opposed say, oh, nay. Any abstentions? You're looking at me.
We're fine.
We're fine. Okay. I'm like, I'm going through the motions and he's like, nope. Okay. So the motion is adopted.
Next, we have tab 21, a proposal from North State Electrical Contractors, Inc. They are a repeat contractor requesting $296,240 to train 212 workers, including 57 new employees. Training will take place at North State's location in Rancho Cordova. A representative from North State Electrical is present to answer any questions.
Hello, board. Thank you for having me. I'm Jason Alexander, the Chief Operations Officer at North State Electric. First, I want to start off by thanking you. It's been long already, but I want to propose raising my job 2 wage to $22.66 to match job 1. Get that off the books. And then second, as our public people have announced, I just want to say North State, OSHA, we hold 6 Golden Gate OSHA awards. We got Subcontractor of the Year through OSHA this last year. So we obviously hold safety to a very high standard. Any questions that you guys have for me, I'm here to answer.
Talk to me a little bit more about where your company is going. It states in the proposal here that you're segueing into EV.
Yes. So 2 things, as you guys probably know, being part of construction or whatever, 2021 or 2023 code cycle, solar EV is now mandatory on new construction. So we are structuring and hoping to build or going to build, we have already started to build a full solar department and EV department. Our EV department, we already met with some worldwide manufacturers to start doing installs for them with private work jobs and with certified journeyman, California journeyman and apprentices, which we also have part of WICA as well. So
On the public works portion.
no
not the
public
private.
works, private and public.
Private and public.
We
okay.
don't do any public works.
No public works, you don't work on anything that may have received funding from CEC, CPUC, local SMUD,
No,
et cetera.
we work all private jobs, yes.
So I have this line of question because I know that the EVITP certification is required
Yes.
to do those kinds of EV installations.
Correct. Yes.
Doesn't seem evident that you are pursuing that
No.
in this.
No. And I watched your comments from last week, so I was prepared that we do not do any public works projects.
Can Can you talk to me a little bit about your turnover rate? It's 15%.
Okay.
That's really high.
Yes,
And
I agree.
And I'm looking at the wages too for electricians. And I
Mhm.
know the wages that are electricians in the local area and the
Mhm.
prevailing wage that you're doing private, so
Yep.
you're not doing those. My fear is that have a low amount of retention because you're paying such low wages for electricians.
Okay, yeah, I agree with that. And the low wage you see, as opposed, or as with the other HVAC contractors is, the workforce we have out there, if you're an electrician, you're good, you're making, $50, $55 an hour. The people we're bringing in are kids, straight out of high school, the fast food workers. We go to high school, career training days. We go to junior college career training days. We partner with the colleges with their quick ET programs. When they get through that, we partner with them. Our hiring manager partners with them to get the list of the kids that just graduated. So yes, as you say, it's low on that end, but yes, when we are hiring the brand new 18-year-old kid to come out of high school that knows nothing, that's just used to playing on their phone, yeah, that's where we start them. And then obviously so at North State, we have for ETs and below, we have a 6-month review process. So, I mean, if they're mechanically inclined, they show up to work, they're getting $2 an hour every 6 months. So that rate wage does seem low to start, but they can easily get up to 25, 30 in a year or two.
Many of your ETs are transitioning into apprenticeship. Like how,
ETs.
your electrical trainees.
Probably about,
You're partnered with WICA, that's an apprenticeship program. So of your workforce, how many of them are progressing into their career?
so we probably have really, we use WICA's ET program as well, not just their apprenticeship program. So I don't know if you're aware, they have an ET program. So
I'm aware of the difference between an ET program and an apprenticeship program. And one is a substandard program that doesn't result in the wage progression necessary to become a journey level electrician by and large. And the other one is a gold standard with apprenticeship programs with wage progression that's outlined in contract.
I get that. And we follow WICA's wage progression with our ETs. So if
how many of them are?
I'd say about 10% of them are transitioning over. That being said, it's hard to get in the WICA program as apprentice right now. So we do indenture ourselves, probably 10 to 15% of our workforce in the apprenticeship program.
So this is coming to us as a priority industry, construction. Good on you. But I'm not clear as to why the post-retention wage is at $22.66 an hour instead of $30.90 an hour. So I'm looking to staff as to what am I missing here?
This is not determined as set. So under set funds, it would have that 30.90 for the priority industries. So this was determined to meet out-of-state competition. So they go down to the standard wage.
Looking to a consultant to explain to me how out-of-state competition comes into play for construction of in-state EV installations.
Yeah, there would have been some competitors from out of state, whether it's Reno or wherever, coming into California in their territory that they're aware of, and would have competed here in California. So there's two criteria to determine out-of-state competition. One is if your revenue 25% or more is out of California, or if you have competitors coming into California competing with you on your projects here.
Looking to staff, like the $30.90 an hour, which is like the.
Gretchen, I can
Thank you,
kind of
Ryan.
clarify on
Thank
that.
you.
So this project most likely came in a set, but there is a supplemental portion that the applicant can fill out to provide that information if they have 25% of their business located out of state, where they go out and do business out of the state, or have competitors coming in. So I think what they're saying is that they filled out that supplemental questionnaire and provided 3 employers located out of the state of California that they're saying are coming into the state and doing that business. Does that make sense?
Sense, but that's not comfortable for me. I'll just be honest with that, of knowing construction, to use that to lower the wages down to $22.66. But
Kellen just pulled up the 3 on the supplemental. It looks like they're all in Nevada and Sparks, Reno. Yeah, Sparks and Reno.
Sparks and Reno coming across the border for that. And then placing pressure on us to lower our wages in a priority industry of construction without apprenticeship.
There was an out-of-state company that actually worked on City Hall right here in Sacramento.
That's
So it does happen.
someone call the mayor immediately.
Should.
And I'm not happy about that. See if anybody else has questions.
Any questions? I have a different one because I'm going back to my turnover and job creation. This contract and your prior one both show 15% turnover.
Yeah, I could, well, on the 15% turnover prior contract, I mean, we went through COVID and I don't mean to disregard the boards or the legal of the ETP, but the 30-day retention on the turnover seems a little short. Just recently with the interest rates boost, we've had multiple projects get put on hold by investors that are now coming back through. And as retention date or the time that those guys were laid off was over the 30 days. Most, if not all, have been hired back when these projects start back up. So we build our workforce projecting on the jobs we're getting in, and when those jobs get put on hold, we try to keep them and retain them as long as we possibly can within the company by cross-training between different divisions. Say electrician working, helping them with the fire alarm, or fire alarm working with electricians, or low voltage, or now solar and EV. We try to do that to our best standards, but sometimes it doesn't pencil out and we have to do layoffs. But that 30-day seems really short in construction, especially with the ups and downs of the economy we've had through COVID and these interest rate hikes in the private industry, at least. You know, when people aren't building or investors aren't investing, then construction kind of goes down.
So if you look at your new hires that are not recreating vacant positions, they're about growth of the organization, not like creating. How many are, I'm going to say, leaving, being laid off within that 90-day retention that is required for ETP training?
So basically, we didn't do any for new hire on retention on replacing the layoffs. Basically, what we're going after is we're looking to develop and build out our EV and solar divisions because they're new to North State Electric. And we've already hired 2 estimators and 2 project managers in the office. So now we're, almost to the stage where we're building the field crew and superintendents and all that stuff. So that's what we're looking for with the job creation, not to retain what we already have or replace what we already have. So it is truly new jobs that we're developing, not backfilling.
And our fingers crossed is that they will retain for the 90 days.
Oh, our retention. So at North State, our retention is very good. I mean, it literally, we do not lay people off unless absolutely we have to. And development within North State, 90% of my office has come up through the field within North State Electric. And it's nice. And we pride ourselves on that. Like we develop, first year, second years up to lead guys, journeymen, superintendents, everyone's come up. Most everyone at the company has come up through the company. So.
Yeah, I hear all this. I think for me, as a consistency of what we've been seeing today at a third growth at 15% turnover, we may want to look at adjusting that number of trainees for job group 2
from 57 to 40.
Yep, that sounds okay to me. And it would be hard to move them into job group 1 given total trainees and employees. Are you guys okay with that? Any other questions from the panel?
It's a different motion. I'm looking at Michael just to warn you.
Oh, boy.
I know, I've noticed.
Me too, Mike.
I'm like, I don't know what's going to come out.
Motion to approve North State Electrical Contractors, Inc. in a revised ETP funding amount of $261.50 with the notion that we are going to move the post-retention wage for the occupation title of electrician to $30.90 an hour. And the remaining rest for $22.66 an hour for the other job categories.
Second. Second, fantastic. Do we have any public comment?
I'd just like to clarify that 3090 on the electricians, are we going to be putting those into a separate job number specifically for electricians at 3090?
Do we need to do that?
Yes.
Sounds like
In
yes.
order for
That's
everyone
part
else
of
to
my
be at
motion.
2266.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And no public comments.
Nope.
Missed that discussion. We were having sidebar too. What needs to be done?
You're going to have a new job category for electricians so that they can better encompass my motion.
Okay, and we're good on the numbers with the 3090. So
Okay, so no public comment on that motion?
Public comment.
All right, so all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. Any abstentions? The motion is adopted.
Thank you, guys.
Did I miss something?
Thank you.
Alrighty, next we have tab 22, a proposal from Palm Wonderful LLC. They are a repeat contractor requesting $295,780 to train 311 workers, including 35 new employees. Training will take place at Palm Wonderful's location in Fresno. A representative from Palm Wonderful is present to answer any questions.
Good afternoon, panel members. Thank you for the opportunity to present our training proposal today for Palm Wonderful. We are located in Del Rey, California. My name is Gladys Lorion. I'm the Director of Human Resources at Palm Wonderful, and with me is Bill Sachs from National Training Company. We are here to accept any or answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Does the panel have questions?
Has your panel packet been updated with new higher wages since we saw it last?
Just repeat it.
Are there, have the wages increased for your post-retention wage? Because right now it states $17 an hour, which I'm not comfortable with.
Yes, so I did want to elaborate. We do feel that we have some extenuating circumstances. You know, since we are located in a high unemployment area in the Central Valley, you know, we do have some uneducated workers that don't have a high school education. Some of them don't speak English, and therefore we have to conduct our trainings in English and Spanish. So given those circumstances, we would like to request a wage below the $22.66 for both job 1 and 2. And we'd like to ask what wage would you suggest so that we can include these unskilled workers?
Move them to 20.
Okay, can do that.
Any other questions for the panel? I have one around your CBT. So you have a 0 to 50 hours of CBT in your curriculum. Are you expecting people to complete that entire curriculum list, or is it a pick and mix type piece? Because your total hours, if you add it all up, is actually over 50 hours.
It could be a combination.
So it's a combination of those. And 0 to 50 is quite a wide range. Are you seeing those in specific occupations, or is it across all occupations that you're utilizing the CBT?
Across all occupations.
Is it in English and Spanish? I'm just curious. All right. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions from panel? No. Do I have a motion? You want public? I haven't done the motion yet. You told me I had to do the motion first. Look, now you're going to.
Motion to approve Palm Wonderful LLC in a ETP funding amount of $295,780 with the caveat that the post-retention wage for jobs number 1 and 2 increase from $17 an hour to $20 an hour.
I hear a second.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any public comment?
No public comments.
All right. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those who oppose say nay. Any abstentions? The motion is adopted. Thank you.
Tab 23 is a proposal from Sierra Nevada Brewing Co. They are a repeat contractor requesting $173,420 to train 377 workers. Training will take place at Sierra Nevada's location in Chico. A representative from Sierra Nevada is present to answer any questions.
Hello, my name is Kelsey Piver. I'm a Learning and Development Specialist at Sierra Nevada Brewing Co. based out of Chico, California. I want to thank the panel today for their time as well as for allowing us to submit this application. In my role, I've been part of our previous two ETP contracts in some way. And so the ETP funding we are applying for today will assist Sierra Nevada in becoming an enduring company and help us to retain and elevate our workforce that we currently have. As with many industries, the craft brewing industry is seeing continued change. This past year, we've conducted needs analysis with multiple departments to and begun working on more formalized training programs for key areas such as our quality teams, packaging, brewery support, and sales. This training is already been occurring in various degrees, but with these analyses, we've been able to eliminate any gaps in training and provide a needed structure to create a flexible workforce there. We were also seeing the addition of our co-packaging department. And with that comes new product lines and processes, and there's a need for continued training there for current employees and new employees as well. Our two most recent contracts have helped us to create really build a strong foundation of both people and technical skills across the brewery, with training ranging from Lean and Six Sigma to intermediate advanced Microsoft 365 to more role specific like filtration, fermentation, brewing in general. We've been able to provide a sound program for our employees. We're incredibly grateful for the funding that we've had so far and look forward to hopefully working with you some more. So thank you. And if there's any questions from the panel, happy to take those now.
Does anyone have questions?
Just want to make sure you're going to be successful this time around. Looking at the results from your last contract and the earnings were at 74,000. What's different now?
So with that last contract, that was from July of 2018 to later 2020, 5 months after that contract started, the campfire hit Paradise, which is just 20 minutes outside of Chico. And so that impacted a pretty decent size of our employee population as well as the community as a whole. So a lot of our focus changed there. So we will, definitely be hitting that with future contracts.
Okay, any other questions? No? Do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve Sierra Nevada Brewing Company with an ETP funding amount of $173,420.
I have a second.
Second.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment?
No public comments.
All right, so all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those who oppose say nay. Any abstentions? The motion is adopted.
Thank you all.
Tab 24 is a proposal from Sunrise Medical US LLC. They are a repeat contractor requesting $345,230 to train 213 workers, including 20 new employees. Training will take place at Sunrise Medical's headquarters in Fresno. A representative from Sunrise Medical is present to answer any questions.
Hi, panel. I'm Carrie Morris. I'm the Director of Human Resources for Sunrise Medical. We just celebrated our 40th anniversary. We manufacture, design, and develop wheelchairs and seating systems. So proud to be here. This is our third grant in the last 5 years. Both have been very successful, and we appreciate the opportunity. We're looking for growth where we have a new product line coming out in the next couple of months where we're hoping to hire future individuals. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Does anyone have any questions on the panel?
The wage modification.
I had a feeling this was coming up.
I'd like to see those numbers back up at 22.66 an hour, not 17.
And that's 22 with benefits.
You're able to use the medical benefits to reach that. Yes.
Just to reiterate, those lower numbers are for new hires that are coming right out of high school for assembly lines. But any way to negotiate to that to 8 down to 20?
Okay.
You're asking on post retention, both job 1 and 2?
Yes.
Okay.
So manufacturing staff and manufacturing jobs. In Fresno, they need that.
Job one includes a lot of other jobs as well, doesn't it?
Okay.
Not that,
Really need caffeine at this point.
I don't know, it includes, when I look at this, I agree with where you're coming from. In 17 feels very low across all of those occupations as the average.
You're more comfortable at 20?
Yeah, it's a large range of occupations. It's not just the manufacturing staff that feels, and that's why I'm looking at that kind of, I can see having a location in Fresno as well. I know the competitiveness of the Fresno market. I can see where you're heading towards on that. And I think we just have to remember it's all occupations, not just that manufacturing coming in at 17 just feels quite, given during this contract, and it's going to be, we're looking at job creation as well, and we're looking at turnover and the movement of the fast food minimum wage that is going to impact manufacturing in many ways is going to happen during this contract period.
Yep. I will say that we do have great benefits. So, our and 401k match wellness program. So we always take that into consideration as well.
I'll listen to you in 2001.
2001.
That's how it's displayed.
I think as we go forward into what is happening, and I'm thinking about you as an organization, it's going to hit this fast food worker piece that during this contract, I think that's what I would use as part of your driving if you're wanting to push to 20 to help remain competitive. We've got job creation in there as well with a sizable number, fairly high turnover. So, I mean, we could reduce 15% turnover. We're looking at about 10% increase in jobs, if that would make you feel a bit better as well. I don't know about anyone else.
193 and that they're seeking to hire 20. I feel comfortable with that at this point.
Yeah.
As you're digesting, I know there was a comment regarding health benefits. Was health benefits still, I was just noticing in the panel packet, it talks about 75 cents per hour. Were we talking 250 or 75 cents? There was that exchange a few moments ago and I got lost and couldn't hear well and not enough coffee.
Get into lunch.
So just make sure that we can get that into the motion because the way that the panel packet stands now, it's 75 cents.
Okay, I'll take that into consideration.
Any other questions that you're pondering? I have one. I did my deep dives as I do. Your curriculum list from this contract to the prior looks very, very similar. Can you help us understand the difference between prior contract to this contract? What the focus is, how, and this may help my friend over here, how it will help people's progression based on whether they're this, I'm guessing by the job number of people you're wanting to train, we're almost training every employee who may have also received training in the last contract. So how is that helping that progression of wages to those higher jobs rather than the lower wage jobs?
Yeah, so in our industry with wheelchairs, we're highly regulated by FDA, ISO. So there are instances where we're going to have to upgrade or change our product on a regular basis. So that's going back to our employees and retraining on certain aspects. They could be the same product line, but it's being updated. And then we have new product lines coming down the line in the next 2 years.
So it's training on new product lines, but is it progressing them to higher paid levels of your maintenance tech, your manufacturing staff, et cetera? Is it allowing for that?
It is,
That's
and
where
we
get
do,
back to purpose.
and we do have annual increases that looks at performance and skill set.
So it's in addition to annual increase, or is it your annual increase?
Depends on the job.
Okay. Does that make you feel better from one contract to the other? And moving, I'm helping. I'm trying to think of the different angles because it is one after the other. And that's what I just, in that curriculum consistency.
Yep.
And then you run a ratio of a 1-to-3 ratio for productive lab. And there's a statement about it avoids duplicative training. Can you
I
help?
would say consistent training. So you got to make sure you get a consistent message out there. They hear the same questions and concerns in the smaller departments based on whatever job skill they're learning.
Okay, so we're just doing that one.
So following back up on the wages, if the base wage for the post-retention wage was 22.66 an hour, and then you're able to use up to 250 in medical coverage, that then drops it down to 2016 an hour, you're comfortable?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve Sunrise Medical LLC and an ETP funding amount of $345,230 with a contention that we are moving the post-retention wage to $22.66 an hour.
Do I have a second?
And the health benefits.
And you can use the health benefits to reach that post-retention wage. Thank you.
Second.
All right. Do we have any public comment?
No public comments.
No public comments. So all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those who oppose say nay. Any abstentions? The motion is adopted.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Next, we have tab 25, a proposal from Velutini Corporation, DBA Royal Electric Company. They are a repeat contractor requesting $499,675 to train 460 workers, including 135 new employees. Training will take place at Velutini's location in Sacramento. Representative from Velutini Corporation are present to answer any questions.
I'm Erica, the HR director for Royal Electric. I would like to first, oh, sorry. I should have known that by now. I would like to first thank you and the panel for the opportunity to be here again today and for the grant approval in the past years. This grant has given Royal the opportunity to expand our training and team development programs, which are aligned to our company vision zones, which are culture, strategy, expectations, and tactics. Throughout the duration of this ETP contract, we have promoted 70 employees and we have transferred 34 employees to different positions based on training. I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you. May I, Madam Chair? Okay, can you elaborate for me about the use of an apprenticeship program for the training of your construction workers?
Absolutely. So depending on the project requirements we have, we will assign either union electricians or skilled and trained electricians that have graduated from an accredited apprenticeship program like WICA or ABC.
So there's no current apprentices that are in this contract that are being covered, correct? Okay, because they're covered elsewhere. Okay, perfect. Talk to me about the curriculum that you're providing them, specifically the commercial skills. Like, why is this specific to your company and not already covered in apprenticeship?
Yeah, so what we are training on primarily is our unique ability to develop this proven process that we have right now. We're going back through the way we actually build our projects from the procurement of even identifying the clients that we are pursuing all the way throughout the project closeout. So we are phasing out that whole process, which is really cool, but also gives the opportunity for our electricians and laborers and operators the opportunity to get more insight on what it takes to actually build a job.
Just to be super consistent on this, and I don't think you're going to have a problem with this, but matching job number 2 post-retention wages from $30 an hour to those stated in job number 1, $90 an hour.
Yes.
Good. Thank you. Okay, I'm good.
I turned the microphone on, wouldn't it? I'm going back to job group 2 and turnover and looking at a 33% growth with turnover of 11%. What's fueling that turnover, but also, and your prior contract, it was much lower. So that's, it raises an alarm bell to me that we were at 5%, now at 11%. And we funded new hires in your last contract, but your turnover's gone up. So just trying to get a better picture of what's been happening.
And yeah, so we had an SFO project, which was fairly large. And unfortunately, the timing of that project didn't allow us to retain those individuals like we would have liked to because of our backlog not being quicker to turn into fruition. We didn't get those contracts in time. But we do have some lessons learned with that
or I should say, and we have some lessons learned with that. Because of that, you know, you go through this whole process training these employees to do the unique work that we do in terms of underground electrical airport lighting, which isn't a trade that everyone does. So there was some sense of frustration from our superintendent saying like, what the heck, you know, we spend all this time training these employees, like, and now we have to lay them off, right? So we're in the process of developing an employee retention program to help cover those lulls.
Still a pretty ambitious new hire program, so I'm veering myself. I'm being a little bit more consistent with what we've done before and reducing the number of the new trainees mildly. But
I would agree. Even though I understand what's going on with turnover, it still feels uneasy to have so many when we funded so many before.
I do want to add that we're also adding a distribution division to our organization, which we've already secured $8.5 million worth of work. And we had a goal set of 15 million. So that's over 50% of what we wanted. So I think we're in the trajectory of being able to increase that. And that includes like water distribution for, upgrading the infrastructure of water distribution facilities.
Good.
Okay. Motion to approve Valenti Corporation DBA Royal Electric Company in a revised ETP funding amount of $461,725, with the notion that we are reducing the number of trainees in job number 2 to 105 instead of 135, and that the post-retention wage of job number 2 will now match those stated in job number 1, moving from $30 an hour to $30.90 an hour.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Do I have any public comment?
No public comments.
I do have one comment. I was trying to find it as you guys were talking. Looking at your current billing and where you are on your current active, I like it to be more on the final invoice before panel. I am not.
I know we calculated our numbers right before 98.3, so we have the remaining still processing. As you know, administratively, it's an issue. But as you've seen in our past, we met 110%.
We've met 100. It's just coming in not being over 50% invoice. I was trying to find it going through miles and miles of lines that fiscal gave me, and I just want to be
right on that line of being put on a timeout, but January 27th, 2024, you know, you're right there. So
yeah, you're okay. It's not as bad a timeout as some of the others she wants. All right. Okay, so all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those who oppose say nay. Any abstentions? The motion is adopted.
All right, panel members, let's turn to the MEC tab, starting with tab 26. This is for El Camino Community College District. They are requesting $746,922 to train 733 retrainees and 30 job creation trainees located statewide. Company representatives are present to answer any questions.
So, good afternoon, Madam Chair and panel. Glad to be here. If I just came here 2 weeks ago, I've been in trouble because I had dental surgery and all bruised up in black and blue. So I'm recouped. I want to start off with our thank you, by the way, and welcome, Jessica. Glad to have you, but also to give you an updating of our current contract, I think 1.5 million. We are overspent purposely, so we can obtain 100%. We will come in at 100% on that. I also want to address the workplace literacy grant. We're doing well. We have one company that's already gone through a course, was absolutely excited about it. Matter of fact, I want to submit them as a success after they complete their next phase of training in January. The other companies wanted to wait until after Christmas, after the holidays, to get started. We've also done massive marketing, and I know across the state and had a huge response back. So we feel like that contract, even though you may not see performance in ETP, is moving forward. The other thing I'd like to state, observations, and everyone knows me, knows I'm real big on data. There has been a change, and I think COVID, and it didn't affect all manufacturers, but it did affect some that had an excellent retention rate for years. That was hit hard by the COVID epidemic, and some, 42%, 50% layoff. They're coming back. So you may see in our contract, a lower wage that's in there that doesn't count the medical benefits, because a lot are coming back and they're having to retrain new people. So I wanted to put that up front. Not everyone was hit that way, but quite a few, like, the pharmaceuticals, whatever, they did real well during COVID period. So I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Does the panel have any questions on this proposal?
Motion to approve El Camino Community College District in an ETP funding amount of $746,922.
Have a second? Do I have any public comment?
No public comment.
All right, so all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. Any abstentions? The motion is adopted.
Panel members, please turn to tab 27, which is for Mount San Antonio College. They are a repeat met contractor requesting $743,161 to train 692 retrainees and 50 job creation trainees located throughout Southern California. College representatives are present to answer any questions.
Afternoon, Madam Chair, panel members and staff. My name is Debbie Wong and I'm the Director of Community, thank you, and Contract Education for Mount San Antonio Community College District. I'd like to thank the panel for considering our proposal, and to our monitor Daniel, and especially our manager Ryan for their support and assistance with our proposal today. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Ms. Wong, would you be comfortable moving the post-retention wage of job category number 3 from $20 an hour to match those stated in jobs 1 and 2, $22.66?
As a multiple employer contract holder, we don't have a lot of influence on the wage, but
Oh,
yes.
this will influence it.
Yeah, but yes, we're happy to, but can I ask that we consider the health benefits into that number?
Yes.
Any other questions? All righty, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve Mount San Antonio College in an ETP funding amount of $743,161, with the caveat that we are moving the post-retention wage stated of job number 3 from $20 an hour to those stated in jobs number 1 and 2, $22.66 an hour, with the ability to use the health benefits to reach that post-retention wage.
Yeah.
Thank you. So the second, so do we have any public comment?
No public comments.
All right, so all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those who oppose say nay. Any abstentions? The motion is adopted.
Thank you.
You'll please turn to tab 28. San Bernardino Community College District is a repeat contractor. We have a slight correction to their funding request. They are requesting $749,672 to train a total of 728 retrainees over 2 job numbers. Training will take place at San Bernardino Community College District's locations in San Bernardino and statewide. Representatives from San Bernardino Community College District are present today to address any questions from the panel.
Hello, panel members. I'm John Fox, Manager, Workforce Development for San Bernardino Community College District. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you today. This is not my first time in front of this panel, but it is my first time here representing San Bernardino Community College District. And it's an honor to be representing California Community College with a strong history of successful partnerships with the Employment Training Panel. We want to thank our analysts, Sky Bailey and Kellen Hernandez, for their support with developing this proposal, and also thank Ryan Swire for all of your support over the years. You'll be missed. We are seeking our 11th contract with ETP, and we are excited to continue serving the businesses and workers in our state, providing timely, in-demand training opportunities for companies who are investing into extra upskilling for their staff. Here with me is Deanna Craybill, Executive Director of Workforce Training at SBCCD, my boss, to share with you about our recent contracts and next year's plans.
Thank you. So good afternoon, and happy holidays to you, by the way. SBCCD unfortunately has experienced some unforeseen and unusual turnover shortly after we received our ETP literacy project in June of 2023. Unfortunately, we lost a manager, a grant technician, and we actually lost our ESL instructor. During this time, we did have our CCC project as well. We have recently hired our new manager, John, and we have recently hired our grant technician, and we have obtained an amazing ESL instructor. Due to the transitions, the remaining ETP staff members actually had to focus on successfully finishing our CCCF contract, of which we are nearly 97% of a $1.5 million contract on that, as that closes this month. Now that we are back up to a high functioning capacity training for our literacy pilot, we have 10 businesses lined up for vessel training starting the week of January 15th. So though we went through an internal turnover, the demand for that remains strong. And we will be continuing to do that as we go forward. I wanted to make sure I addressed that ahead of time and let you know that we still have a year and a half on that. It's a under $500,000 contract. We are coming up for 700, just under 750, and we still have 1.5 years left on that, and we are up to speed on it. I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
My voice is getting, does the panel have any questions?
I do.
Oh, my.
Even though you explained what happened, it still seems unusual to me that you got an approval back in June and nothing's happened. I don't know when your people left or when you hired them, but it would seem like there should be backup strategies to continue things with going forward with even without headcount to do it. So because there's got to be other training organizations. So that seems strange to me.
So Mike, it was very strange. I'll agree with you. Our ETP manager was offered a position that was literally 4 blocks from her house. And I had no way to compete with that. And I didn't know that was going to happen. Then our grant technician had applied for the assistant manager position. So we ended up hiring her for that position, which left the other position open at that time. So we still were down 2 positions. Then we went through hiring again, and we were finally able to backfill those 2 positions. At the same time, I was down to 1.5 staff to try to make sure that our CCCF contract went through. And at that $1.5 million, and it also being a beta test, I had to make sure that we had our focus on that because that did end this month. And I wanted to make sure that our percentage on that worked. During that time, though, that's when I was working with our HR. We are a community college district, so we do have processes that we have to follow. I can't just go out and hire anybody. I have to follow the community college processes. I went out immediately and I started that procedure. And as such, we were able to hire the manager, and we were very fortunate to pick up John, who has over 5 years experience running ETP contracts as well. So we are back up and we are running. It was something that that I didn't know was going to happen. Yes, I would love to have the backups, but it's nothing that I could have controlled on that aspect of it. However, like I said, the demand for the businesses is still there and has not changed. And so since we're back up and going, we've already identified 10 businesses that are going to start the ESL training beginning the week of January 15th.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
In my area, we started a collaboration between community colleges to support each other. So that might be a consideration going forward.
We are actually a member of the community college collaboration. And when we did get the job description out there and we started the recruitment, I made sure that that went out through the collaboration as well throughout our entire region, and as well as on LinkedIn, because I was trying to get that out there as quick as possible. Unfortunately, as I said, I didn't even know that our manager was going to be leaving. And again, it was really because it was a location. She was more than an hour to my location, and she was offered a job 4 blocks away. I couldn't even compete with it. There was nothing I can do to keep her there.
Question. Any other questions? Do I hear a motion for this one last contract?
Motion to approve training proposal for San Bernardino Community College District in the amount of ETP funding for $749,678. I think you made a correction, 72? Okay, $672. Is that correct? Yes, thank you.
Do I have a second? Thank you. Any public comments?
I do have one public comment from the North Hollywood Regional Office for Ryan. They would like to say as a whole.
Hang on, is this on this proposal?
Oh, no.
Can I hold it
She may.
till?
Yes,
Or
you
you want to-
may.
Wait, that's what I mean. I need to hold it. That's what I want. You're shaking your head at me and I'm like, okay. All right. So no public comment on this proposal. There's another public comment, but not on this proposal. So all of those in favor of this proposal say aye. Aye. All those who oppose say nay. Any abstentions? The motion is adopted. All right. We're in that last final stretch. Thank you, guys. All right. So we're moving on to, and never know what comes out of this one. The stage of the agenda for the opportunity for panel members to request any agenda items for future panel meetings. Does anyone have one they would like to add? I'm taking that silence that everyone is good. We're now reaching over to public comment. So this is our opportunity for the public to address the panel on issues not scheduled on today's agenda. So maybe that one online in just a second. We obviously cannot act on these issues, but we may refer matters to staff for review and possible future panel action. So do I want to start in the room or do we want to start online? Let's start online and then we'll go to the room quickly. Do we have one online? Because they were there first in line, I think.
Yes, they were.
Actually, before we do this, can I check there's no other public comment unless it's to do with someone in this room? Because I think they're all going to be focused around one individual in this room. Am I right? Is there anyone who has got public comment that is not about one of our departing team members? Let's see if we can get those first, and then we will go to our departing team member. There's nothing for a comment except for it's the Ryan show, it sounds like.
Ryan.
All right, let's start with North Hollywood. Let's start with North Hollywood. Cool, you have a public comment from there.
So North Hollywood like to give their condolences to you, Ryan, and as a whole, they wouldn't be as successful as it is today without Ryan's. I said the wrong word? All right. I'm going to start all over. North Hollywood as a whole wouldn't be as successful as it is today without Ryan's leadership and mentorship. Not every boss takes an interest in their employees' growth and development, but you were definitely one of them. We're grateful for the opportunity to have learned from you and wish you the best of luck in your new position. You will truly be missed.
Thank you. I'd just like to say they're a extremely great staff that we have down in North Hollywood. Jessica is going to be working out of the North Hollywood office. They have years of experience. They're by far the most seasoned staff out of all the regional offices here in ETP, and it's definitely been a great pleasure to work with all of them. It's we all get along great. We do things together. I'm definitely going to miss my staff. They were probably what I love most about this agency.
Any other online public comment?
There are no further comments.
All right, let's
Well,
go
actually, you
to.
know what? No,
Oh,
they took it off.
they took it off. All right, we'll go to the room and then we'll come back if there's any other public online.
Hello, Robert Meyer. I'm for the Economic Development Unit. I just want to say on behalf of our team, thank you, Ryan, for years of collaboration, innovation, creative problem solving, leadership, contributions in new program areas, and support for your team that I would say, rather than being a manager or a supervisor, really leadership is what you provided for so many staff here. And you'll see, we are a tight working group in the management team. We work together pretty well and we solve some tough issues and deal with tough things. And so you'll see a little bit of an element of sadness. It's not for you and your new opportunity. Congratulations. It's really that Heather thinks you'll be the funny one in the meetings and manager and staff moving forward. But I just also, as a former manager of yours, just really wanted to thank you for all the guidance and help as part of our team and working with our team now, and what you've really represented through this agency and the innovation and strength you've really brought. So thank you.
I was going to say there's going to be a tearful eye somewhere in this room at some point. Don't know if it might come from Ryan. Any other public comments?
Or actually, we're going to make this easy with you. Easy for you. We're going to speak as a group. I wanted to say in the very start of the Community College Collaborative in 2014, Robert Meyer was very interested in us working together, and he introduced me to Ryan. I'll never forget those days. I can't begin to say, there's a lot of wonderful people in ETP, the amount of the information that he had and guidance. And, all I can say, I was raised in Texas. I have a rope in a truck. If I could kidnap you, I would, but we can't. But I think all of us, behalf of the collaborative, we're losing a super great guy, and we wish you the best. Is there anything?
I just want to personally say, when I came to the college and I started on ETP, I was brand new. I didn't know anything. And Ryan came out to the college and sat down with me, and he taught me everything I needed to know about ETP. He taught me all about how to do the reporting and the tracking and how to do ETP correct. And I'll have you know, I use that today, and I teach my entire staff that today, because it was all about integrity. And Ryan and I have had a great relationship these almost 14 years. And I just cannot tell you how grateful I am that you were there and you took me under your wing and you helped me. So thank you so much. And I'm very lucky. He's moving about a mile away from me, so I get to see Ryan a little bit more. But I look forward to that, possibly working together for the future in a different light. But thank you so much for all that you've done for me at San Bernardino. I cannot tell you how much that means. And Dr. Grimes, I just wanted to say welcome to ETP, and I'm so excited to have you here.
Ryan, I already said thank you in the presentation, but just want to again say how much we have all appreciated working with you, and we really wish you the best. It's always been a pleasure every time that we've gotten to work together. I felt like you have excellent knowledge of everything in your craft, but also just great personal skills, great customer service, and really represented ETP well. So thank you.
We didn't want to forget the best, for the last. Welcome, Dr. Grimes. We're very happy, you know, somebody that has the workforce and the educational background to be on the panel. And we look forward to working with you.
I just wanted to share the same sentiments. Welcome, Dr. Grimes, but also thank you so much, Ryan. I am one of the newbies, but I will tell you that in the short amount of time I've worked with ETP, Ryan's always made himself available, and even just this week demonstrates that. We were contacting each other that morning, but within an hour or two, we were already online chit-chatting. And I think that just demonstrates the type of support that he provides to everyone he works with. So thank you.
I'm going to keep this short. I just kind of wanted to tell a little funny story about my time here at ETP. It was with San Bernardino Community College. That was the very first MEC that was ever assigned to me. I was terrified when it was assigned to me because I didn't want to have to be an analyst for a MEC because they're a lot more complicated. I was able to learn how those MECs are supposed to properly be run with San Bernardino. I ended up taking a lot of other colleges underneath my wings during that time. But when I switched over from being an analyst to going into the EDU department, I took the new employee with me to meet with Deanna on a monitoring visit. And Deanna saw me and she comes up, she gives me a great big hug. And, you know, we do the meeting and everything wraps up. And then after the meeting, that employee turns to me and she's like, "Do you always get hugs at ETP monitoring visits? Is that normal?" But it was just, as an analyst, it was my commitment to make sure that the contractors had the education to be successful with these contracts and be within the rules and requirements of the contract. So it's definitely something I strive for while I was here. So it's funny because Phil was right. I was a surfer living in Mission Beach and was in my 20s, but this is what ETP did to me. So it's time to go. Thank you.
And the ETP hug. Yeah. All right. Any other public comment? Or are we coming to that real end of this very long panel meeting? I don't want to look at the clock at the back of the room because it's not the right time. Because it's not 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Okay, so we're coming to that period of adjourning this meeting. So do we have a motion to adjourn this meeting? So moved. Do I have a second? Thank you. So all of those in favor say aye. Aye. Those who oppose say nay. Any abstentions? Well, the motion is adopted. Have a great holiday period and we'll see you at the beginning of January. End of January, not beginning.
Congrats, Ryan.